had a thing set up for my other YouTube and it disappeared, but that's fine. I'll just set it up later. All right, yeah, we just getting ready to watch this Green Goblin character guide here. And maybe I'll scan it.
I'm here to party. You're here to die. Goblin time. Just warming up.
What did it say for ease of use?
Goblin time.
Ease of use 2. You know it. Yes, sir. Definitely hard to use.
This is fun. Die.
I'm hoping they release the game at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock Thursday. So like Wednesday into Thursday. Wednesday night.
Let's go crazy. I hope you survive this. Come here. Glider, retreat. Start to fly.
That's something I didn't notice. That you can do
All too easy.
jump forward, jump back off a glider. So that's probably what makes them jump so far. When you do jump forward off a glider and then air dash, it gives you extra distance to like catch the rolls.
Nice ride. This beatdown is going to go viral.
I wonder if there are going to be combos that you can only do without the glider available. Maybe, I guess. If you just do that and do glider kick basically, and then just call it this, probably.
I can take on the world.
I didn't know about the whole thing either.
Toasty. Now this is a tricky one.
Is the star system like Guilty Gear? What do you mean?
Totally funny.
Oh, you mean like the thing where it says how hard they are to use? I mean, I guess. Yeah, if you, it's gonna be so odd. It's gonna be awkward trying to figure out. I don't know. To me, I feel like it's gonna be awkward to figure out how to play neutral and be annoying with the glider.
Oh, baby.
And I was also thinking about like I usually don't like playing characters like Hulk. I don't want to play Hulk, but sometimes I feel like I might have to play Hulk, man, because I don't want to play Hulk. I don't want to play against Hulk with armor and all that nonsense that he gonna have, but I know he gonna be mad annoying.
Time's running out. Let's go crazy. Goblin time.
Overhead.
That's the stuff.
Wait, that's a record?
That's my girl. Don't face before I tear it off. Don't get in the way. They never see it coming.
I think his assist, his assault assist, the one where he gets it in the back, like where he flies at people with his glider and then flies back. I think that assist is gonna be very valuable. I was using that assist. That assist seems kind of stupid.
What are you waiting for, Spider? It's time for our last dance.
That's a cool ender. It doesn't look that hard either. Yo!
What are you waiting for, Spider? Time for an explosive climax.
A wise decision. Doom stands aside.
Out of the way. Come on, all together.
We don't know that means a symbol.
This will be fun for me and very painful for you.
I think that's the one misstep, that they did not localize the thing that says the symbol up in the corner. Because during the beta, I had no idea that's the thing that told us that we had a symbol. I just was trying to figure out. I was like, I guess I just gotta remember when I have a symbol. I gotta remember when I meet the prerequisites for it, and I hope that I have it when I press these buttons. Like, and then we got I'm gonna get this one over with.
Wow, you are a real genius, Doom. I've made all of these suits and never once thought of adding a green miniskirt.
How's this? On it. Just look at this beauty. Got it. Think you're a genius?
They did.
Well, this.
They did classic Iron Man.
If you were smart, you would have gotten out of the way.
I feel like classic Iron Man never had a classic Hulkbuster. Wait, no, this is not this one. Hulk. This is halfway through the thing. Hold on. 'Cause I was watching it.
Hulk can do anything. You can't beat Hulk. Hulk just wants to be left alone.
This ball's too big, man. They gonna make him actually good. Big bodies are not supposed to be that good.
Why you no leave Hulk alone? Giant Star!
especially ones with armor.
Thunder clap! Away! Get back!
I guess that's supposed to count as his fireball, but he has an armored fireball basically.
Crush you! Going up!
God, yo, everything he do is gonna have armor on it. Can you please make it so that lows beat armor, please?
Seismic smash! Smash you!
I heard about Champion. I just haven't seen anything about him yet. Because there were some leaks. But the person who was talking about him didn't put the clips up. They put up some screenshots.
Well done, three! Okay! Alright! Here goes!
Oh my god. No!
Take this! I'll smack you! I'll smash!
He's gonna be good.
Can't block home! Hammer bomb! It's gamma time! Oh, feel incredible! Oh, focus there is! Gamma overload! No stopping home!
His air assist being armored is going to just suck. His air assist being armored is going to suck. Like, no. Why is he beating up on Ghost Rider? Why is he beating up on Ghost Rider? This is just showing that I'm not about to have a good time. I'm not gonna have a good time against this character, bro.
I'm here. Leave it to me.
Guarantee he does mad damage.
Strongest there is! Fight us again! I've got this. On it. Teamwork! Sorry! Oh, win!
he is not gonna be fun to fight against. He is not gonna be fun to fight against. I hope I don't feel like I have to use him. It looked like I feel like I'm gonna have to use him. Just because I don't know if I am gonna actually use him, but he feels like I need to use him because he just has too much armor. He has too much armor. Way too much armor. Oh my gosh. I mean, I
It's me you want to hurt, Gabi. You don't need to bring innocence into this.
I might actually try to learn Spider-Man in his game. Cause I really like Spider-Man.
Keep on coming back, Norman. I'll keep on knocking you down!
Best card game you've never played, which is not Runeterra, but Riftbound. I've never seen his YouTube channel before. I kind of wanted to play this game. I wanted to try it out. And just building a deck seemed hard even when I had the list. Even when I had the list, it was difficult. Because for whatever reason, when I made the deck, it keeps telling me that, and I don't know the rules of the game yet, which I need to find out the rules of the game. When I made this, when I put the deck in here, it tells me that I need a chosen champion, but there was no chosen champion in the deck. I don't know what that means. So, hold up.
Explosion in popularity for digital card games as a whole. Gwent, Shadowverse, MTG Arena, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Without Hearthstone, I don't know if all of these would have actually happened. Hearthstone led us towards a golden age where card games would no longer be limited to the physical realm. Countless CCGs have been released since.
But the problem is that I do want to play the physical game. I want to play the physical game, and there's this thing called Convoke, and Convoke is so fire for Magic the Gathering, but I don't play a whole lot of Magic the Gathering. I only play Commander against my friend, and because he bought me 2 decks, so I was like, all right, I'll play Commander against him. But I don't play Commander against anybody else because I don't know. I'm not that not that into it yet, so I don't know what all my deck does and all that kind of stuff, and some of the things I still don't understand. So, I just stick to playing him until I get used to playing.
Hearthstone came out, Riot Games joined in. Legends of Runeterra was born. While Hearthstone was often criticized for its simplicity and RNG-heavy gameplay, MTG Arena and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel sit on the opposite side of the spectrum, carrying high levels of complexity that felt daunting for more casual players.
I don't know, man. I don't know if that's true. Because yes, the game is a little more complex, but it's like once you learn what your deck is supposed to do, you just play the deck. Like that's it. Like I learned, I literally jumped back into the game after not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For years. Like the last time I played Yu-Gi-Oh was way before they came out with the two middle zones. I don't know what they call those middle zones. I forget what they call them. But those two middle zones that are on the board now, those used to not be there. And when I came back, those were there, and I didn't know how to use them. I didn't know how to use most of the types of cards that existed. All I did was just look it up. Be like, okay, what types of cards are these? What am I looking for? What does this deck do? And I just played a good deck. You play a top tier deck, and when you're coming into a card game that's been around for a while, and you want to learn the game, it is not conducive to just try to build your own deck or try to use some like little like easy I don't know, not easy to use, but like your own built deck or some like low tier deck. Don't do that. If you want to learn how to play the game, play top tier. If you can, play top tier, especially in these digital card games. Play top tier. And if you can play top tier, then you can learn the game very quickly, because you'll know that the deck is good. You'll know that the deck is supposed to do something specific, and then you just do those things with the deck. The deck almost plays itself.
Have you tried reading a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Holy novel! Within this
You don't even need to use
Legends of Runeterra
pendulums.
landed in the center.
You don't
For
even need to
me
use them.
And many others. Lore hit that sweet spot. Fundamentally simple, its mechanics interacted in ways that created far more strategic depth than first met the eye. Legends of Runeterra implemented the best aspects from other digital card games while incorporating new ones as well. Hearthstone's automated mana curve, lands, artifacts initiative system, a new approach at MTG's spell stack, and its very own spell mana reserve. In my opinion, these aspects combined made Legends of
Runeterra
Runeterra
was
the
fun
best
while I
digital
played
card
it.
game. And yet, just 4 years later, Legends of Runeterra died. Why? While Legends of Runeterra may have been the best does not mean perfect. Throughout the game's lifespan, issues arise. Balance problems, toxic cards, and power creep plagued the game. Metagames were solved almost immediately every set, forcing regular balance patches which frustrated many players, as they saw their cards constantly redesigned.
The game's
This is not a problem
still
exclusive to Lore.
around.
In fact, this happens pretty much in every
It looks
digital
like
card game,
Shadowverse.
barring those tied to
Yeah, a lot of
physical
games look
TCG
very
or
very
banned
similar. I
cards
played
instead.
Shadowverse a
The
very
reason
little
Legends of
bit.
Runeterra died is because in a way, digital card games died. The reality is, after Hearthstone's success, the vast majority of digital card games that followed after ended.
I remember my friend told me about
failure. The
Shadowverse.
golden era for
I
digital
forget why or
CCGs
when
did
I got
not
into
last
Shadowverse.
long, and Legends of
Like,
Runeterra arrived.
I think there was
I am
like some type of
oversimplifying here.
collab.
There are other factors, like their monetization model being too free-to-play friendly, amongst other things. But ultimately, it all comes down to the fact that Legends of Runeterra was losing Riot a lot of money, because it turns out digital card games are not as profitable as the industry wants them to be. There's a particular appeal in physical card games that companies have struggled to carry over to digital versions: the collector's appeal. There's something about owning a collection of cards that you can actually hold with your hands that digital card games have not been able to replicate. This
You
is a
can't.
really
You
big
cannot.
deal. Nowadays, the digital card games that truly thrive prioritize simplicity and card collection. The spectrum has shifted. Gacha pack opening simulators designed to be played while visiting the toilet reign supreme. I'm not trying to bash Pokemon Pocket here. I've covered the game ever since it was released, and I've had a lot of fun with it. But let's be honest, compared to other card games, the gameplay is extremely basic. And that's fine. Pokemon Pocket is a very casual game that focuses on card collection above all else. It's not to say competitive digital card games are absolutely done for. The genre
Remember,
still lives,
there was also,
with promising indie
Yu-Gi-Oh!
projects taking place as we speak. But for a lot of established game
You're
development
disappointed in
companies,
how much
they're
you
not
spent
as
on Marvel
profitable as
Snap.
they need them to be. This is why we've seen companies like Riot and CDPR venture into physical TCGs instead. The point I'm getting to at here is that while digital card games may be at an all-time low, physical card games are at an all-time high. Pokemon,
they are.
Yu-Gi-Oh,
You
Magic
gotta
the
play
Gathering,
the Switch
and One
version.
Piece
It's
trading
just
card game
superior.
are all thriving. But we're not gonna be talking about these today. Today, I want to discuss what I believe to be the
played
best
from the
card
beta?
game in the market. The card game you should be playing. Legends of Runeterra's successor.
I have friends that still play
Riftbound,
Marvel Snap to this
the
day.
League of Legends card game. I started playing Riftbound 3
I don't know if
months
they
ago.
play it
When
as
my wife and I
religiously,
moved to
but they
Warsaw,
still play
a friend
it.
of ours paid a visit to our apartment. The first Legends of Runeterra world champion, Alan ZQ. To be honest with you, I have no idea what the ZQ is supposed to stand for, so I call him Alan. Alan brought a backpack full of Riftbound cards, and we spent the night learning how to play.
I know
My first
one
Riftbound
person that
game,
plays
I
Lorcana.
played against my wife, coached by Alan.
Bro,
I played Elise and
I want Convoke. I want this this website to start supporting every TCG. I don't know. There's another one called Spell Table, but I don't know if Spell Table does what this one does, because like you could go into into a game, right? And let me see if I can. You can go into a game. Let's say we spectate this game real quick, right? Join as a spectator. If you join as a spectator in these games,
your end step like put counters on the life.
you can click on someone's card, and it'll bring the card up. And this is like a super cool way to play to play the game with physical cards. So like my friend bought me Magic the Gathering Commander deck to play, and then he found this. We were playing on a different website, but it wasn't like a physical card website. It was a thing where you basically build your deck. You just rebuild the deck that you have into
I will pay the 2 for that draw.
You rebuild the deck that you have into the thing, and then you just play on the screen by dragging the cards around. But I'm like, that defeats the purpose of having the deck. So I'm like, if Convoke, or there was some other thing that popped up that was similar to Convoke for other card games that did this well, I would really want to use that. And then I would make decks. I would just make decks for Pokemon and stuff, and I would start buying other TCGs and just playing other TCGs against people online. I would just do that because it would just be fun.
3 for each creature played. 1 for authority.
Like, I think this is super cool. Like, a super cool thing for that.
Deck, while Shermie played a Jinx starter deck, coached by Ellen. An epic match ensued. My deck consisted of large units who received buffs from my legend, while Shermie's deck relied on a fast-paced discard strategy meant to apply pressure quickly, coached by Ellen. I built up my runes to be able to cast my ultimate unit, the Mountain Drake, a gargantuan beast with 10 might. Victory was inevitable, except she was coached by Ellen, who told her how to easily kill it. My win condition eradicated. That was my first Ripbound game, a humiliating, lopsided beatdown. I had a wonderful time. My second match was against Alan himself. I took Shermie's broken Jinx deck, hungry for revenge, while Alan played his Ezreal deck, the same deck he would use to win the Bologna regional qualifier a week later, by the way. This match, I don't want to talk about it. Before I played these games, my first impressions on Riftbound was meh. The core design seemed very simple to me. Cards had little text in them, and units had but only one stat. I honestly saw it as a downgrade from Legend of Runeterra. I was dead wrong. As soon as I delved into the game, Pandora's box opened. I became obsessed. Day in and day out, I ate, slept, and played Riftbound. A lot of my days have been like that for the past 3 months. As soon as I was done recording or streaming, all I wanted to do was play Riftbound. So what's so special about Riftbound? Unlike other card games, Riftbound does not revolve around attacking the opponent's life points. There is no Nexus, no Planeswalker, nothing to hit really. But unlike games like Gwent, combat does exist. Riftbound revolves around 2 battlefields, one chosen by each player. You spend energy to play units onto your base, which you can later on move to one of the 2 battlefields in an attempt to gain control of it. Conquering and holding a battlefield each score 1 point. The first player to score 8 points wins the game. If you want to learn how to play Riftbound in less than 15 minutes, I highly recommend Tolarian Community College's video.
I think that was the one I was going to watch.
47 seconds, which covers everything you need to know about Riftbound. Watching this video is all you need to do in order to understand the game. I'll leave a link to it in the description down below. In this video, I'm not going to focus on teaching you how to play the game. Instead, I want to talk about what makes Riftbound stand above the rest. Like Legend of Runeterra,
I'm gonna watch that video after this one.
Game. While games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Seemingly have entire chapters from the New Testament written on them, Riftbound cards can be read in a matter of seconds. Units have an energy cost, a potential power cost, a might stat, and a short text describing what the card does. Battlefields are simple, and the same can be said for spells and gears. Like Legend of Runeterra, when all these simple aspects blend together, a beautiful complexity emerges. The end result is an incredibly fun game that rewards decision making above all else. A non-convoluted yet surprisingly deep display of tactics where every single decision carries huge weight. The competitive scene in Ripbound is growing at a mind-blowing pace, yet this game can be enjoyed just as much by those who just want to have a good time with it. I've spent 3/4 of my life playing card games, physical and digital. I prepared a list here of the card games that I played in my lifetime. Here we go. Pokemon, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Duel Masters, World of Warcraft, Hearthstone, Eternal, Elder Scrolls Legends, Duelist, Gwent, Shadowverse, Artifact, Altered, Marvel Snap, Pokemon Pocket, and of course, Legends of Runeterra. I played a lot of them. Out of all of these, I can confidently say Ripbound is the one I've had the most fun playing. In order to explain what makes Ripbound so special, I want to talk about 3 aspects. We're going to start things off with the resource system. My favorite aspect of Ripbound's core design is the resource system. Magic the Gathering uses lands, representing over 1/3 of your 60-card deck. This is arguably Magic's biggest gameplay problem. Drawing too many lands leaves you in a situation where you have less spells to play, but drawing too little of them leaves you without mana to actually play your cards. A lot of Magic games are decided by this, which makes it one of the most high variance card games out there despite it lacking cards with random effects. Hearthstone fixed this problem by having mana automatically generated every turn, removing resource variance in its entirety, and replacing it with random effects generated by cards themselves. Most digital card games have mimicked the Hearthstone approach, including Legends of Runeterra. Ripbound's resource system is more similar to the one-piece trading card game though. In Ripbound, you do play lands, except they're called runes. Every deck plays 12 runes. This makes up the rune deck, which is separate from your main deck. Every turn you channel 2 runes from your rune deck, and you tap them to generate energy required to play your cards. So far, nothing groundbreaking here, until we talk about the power mechanic. This is where things get spicy. Just beneath their energy cost, cards can also have a power cost. This power cost can also be present within the card's text. Power is generated by recycling runes. This means we take a rune and place it on the bottom of the rune deck. By doing this, we justify powerful effects that come at a price that we pay on our following turn. Because the more runes we recycle this way, the less energy we'll have available the turn after. This power system is my favorite aspect of Ripbound's design because it has huge implications. It allows you to design more powerful effects within the same energy cost, which in effect diversifies the card pool and rewards skillful deck building and decision making. If your deck has too many power-hungry cards, you're gonna have an energy problem. But if your deck runs too little of them, you're likely gonna be falling behind your opponent's plays. Cards like Falling Star are incredibly powerful, yet the act of playing this card just once means that next turn, you're gonna have the same amount of runes as you did this turn, which will allow your opponent to gain energy advantage over you. Knowing when you can afford to make this kind of play and what to do to make up for the future energy sacrifice is where a huge portion of Ripbound's skill expression comes from. And it is fascinating because it turns powerful plays into a question of future opportunity cost, which is far more engaging than a regular mana system. An example of this is my personal favorite archetype, Pike Discard Control. This deck is very power hungry, relying on a full set of Falling Star to help keep our opponent's development in check. The deck uses Fizz to replay Falling Star from your discard pile, a play that costs you 3 total power. The way you can afford this is by giving up tempo early and combining gears to channel runes to prepare yourself for these blowout turns. But if you give away too much tempo, your opponent can overwhelm you with might, creating a board state that is far too bulky for you to clean up. You walk a thin line here, and depending on how the turns play out, you have to be capable of deciding when it's appropriate to pull the trigger. The power system makes it so that points and board state do not represent the full picture in a Ripbound game. The amount of runes available will almost always be asymmetrical, with one player having energy advantage over the other. And this is achieved without resource breaking. This happens 100% because of player agency. And that's why this is the best resource system I've ever seen. There are currently 40 different legends in Ripbound. In order to build your deck, the first thing you have to do is choose one of them. Every legend represents
I heard it's top tier,
domains.
which I really like
can
her.
only run cards that belong in either of these domains. One of the biggest issues
days of League of
face
Legends
is metagame imbalance, a situation where a few decks outclass the rest, forcing players to play these decks if they hope to win. The narrower the options at the top are, the more boring things ultimately get. Ripbound has released 3 sets so far, with the 4th coming out later this month. In In set 2, there was a clear balance problem, with Draven dominating the competitive scene to a degree that forced out the first wave of bans from Riot. I started playing in set 2, and given how difficult it is to balance card games as the card pool expands, I feared set 3 would end up being worse. And boy, was I wrong. Ripbound's set 3 metagame is unbelievably diverse, to a degree that I don't even know how it's possible. On June 12th, the regional qualifier in Utrecht took place. In this event, over 2,000 players competed. A 13-round Swiss phase that
I want to buy some physical cards, but I don't have nobody to play with.
Each played a different legend. That is actually insane. The current metagame features 3 legends standing above the rest: Diana, Master Yi, and Irelia. Irelia did not make it to top 8 in Utrecht, while only 1 Diana and Master Yi were among the rest. Master Yi lost in the quarterfinals, while Diana fell in the semifinals. Azir, considered to be a tier 2 deck, won the tournament as a whole. If you scroll down the tier listings, you'll assume that tier 4 decks have no place in a tryhard competitive environment where people aren't trying to win. You'd assume wrong. For example, a Volibear specialist barely missed out of top 8, ending their run with an impressive 11-2 record, having faced off against some of the best players in the world, playing the best decks. In Riftbound, you're actually encouraged to play off meta due to the best off system Riot has implemented, where the best performing players for each legend are giving a meta card of the respective legend. These meta cards sell for 5 digits. You can make bank! All you gotta do is be the best player of your legend. This system leads to all
That's
legends
crazy,
play, and forces
actually.
competitors to be able to adjust to top tier meta matchups and rogue decks alike. Like in all card games, some decks are mathematically better than others, but the most relevant factor by far is not the legend you're playing, but the pilot behind it. Regional qualifiers keep growing. While they initially featured around 1,600 competitors, that number has risen, with the latest regionals featuring well over 2,000. 13 rounds of a cutthroat Swiss phase where your hopes of achieving top 8 status are only guaranteed if you have no more than 1 loss. Card games are variance driven, so you'd expect to see different names at the top in every event. The data says otherwise. In 2026, there have been 8 regional qualifiers so far. Prismaticism, an Annie specialist, has made top 8 in 6 out of these 8 events, taking the crown in the Atlanta regional qualifier. The events he hasn't made top 8 in, he missed out barely, placing 23rd in Sydney and 10th in Vancouver. Alan ZQ, a chaos and mind expert, became the first player ever to win 2 regionals, conquering both the Bologna and Vancouver
these cards are
regional
actually worth
qualifiers.
something.
He's made top 8 in 5 out of his last 8 regionals. Pedro Bañeres, aka Squirtle, is an unprecedented case. The undisputed champion in both Lille and Utrecht, the Azir Master achieved a combined record of 29 wins, 0 losses, and 3 draws across both regionals. What in the actual fuck? All of these players and many more have achieved legendary status within the competitive Riftbound scene, each specializing in their own preferred legend, further proving the fact that when it comes to Riftbound, while luck matters, the player is what matters most. In Riftbound, skill is king. To me, Riftbound is the epitome of card games. A masterclass of game design that excels at fun, intuitiveness, and has tremendous competitive value.
Oh, it's gonna get bad later. Watch. It's gonna get a few more sets.
Online as well. There are 2 sites people use.
It's going to
TCG
fall
Arena
prey.
and my personal recommendation, Rift Atlas. Rift Atlas is a semi-automated.
Oh. I was wondering what people were using, bro. I was wondering what people were using. I thought it was TCG Arena. Oh.
Site where all the more tedious aspects of Riftbound are, like I said, automated. You build a deck, click on search for a game, and quickly queue into a match. With a UI that honestly looks great, given that it's not an official client.
I was watching people play this on here, and I'm like, is this TCG Arena? Because I've never actually used TCG Arena. I've never actually played anyone on there.
Where I'll play online against people to test my
I'm
ideas
so glad
out.
I watched this video.
I like to brew. I will also be streaming as I take on a journey towards getting good. You can join me on this journey. The link to Rift Atlas will be in the description down below. And this video is not sponsored, by the way. This game is where my passion truly lies. And I've been reluctant on covering it because
you
it's
just
a
put it down
physical trading card game, which is different from the kind of games I've covered in the past. But
I gotta
can
tell my
no longer
friend.
ignore my passion for Riftbound, so I'm going all in. The purpose of this video was to reach out to a lot of you who subscribed to me back in Legends of Runeterra days, to let you know that there is in fact a successor, and that as amazing as Legends of Runeterra was, trust me when I say this, Riftbound is even better.
Riftbound online, because my friend was like he was interested in playing Riftbound when we were at Evo, and we missed. Well, I don't know if he missed it. I missed the thing where they had like the little event at Evo, and I was like, oh, I was like, maybe I'll get some cards. I probably will still get some cards, but just for, I guess, collection's sake. But dude, let me go watch the other Riftbound video, how to play it. Riftbound, how to play. It should be the first. Yeah, this one. This is the one he was saying.
Riftbound is a brand new trading card game set in the League of Legends universe, where you build a deck around a champion legend of your choice and fight for control over battlefields. Riftbound is easy to learn, fun to play, and rewarding to master. This video will teach you how to play Riftbound in less than 15 minutes. The goal of Riftbound is to score 8 points by taking and holding control of battlefields. Riftbound can be played either in a 1v1 or a variety of multiplayer methods, but this video will focus on the 1v1.
Commander Riftbound.
To play Riftbound, you will need a 40-card main deck built around a champion legend of your choice, a deck of 12 rune cards, and 3 different battlefield cards. Your champion legend is the central pillar of your Riftbound deck. Champion legend cards are easily identified.
I want to play
by the
Kaisa,
word
but I don't know if she's
legend
good.
in the middle left of the card. They have special abilities that are always active.
I just want to play Kaisa because she's
cannot
cool.
Be interacted with or destroyed. They also determine everything about how you'll construct your deck, from its strategy to the domains or colors you can use in your deck. Domains are the factions of Riftbound. There are 6 domains, each with an opposite: Fury and Calm, Mind and Body, and Order and Chaos. Each domain has a distinct identity and flavorful gameplay style affiliated with it. Your deck can only contain.
Did I get any power cards? I did not. I saw that was a thing, but I don't have any power cards. Like, dude, I wish I was surrounded by more people that wanted to play TCG stuff, because like the whole reason why I'm like deep into TCG right now at this point, I'm still gonna be playing Tokon when Tokon comes out, but right now in this lull while I don't have Tokon, I'm like trying to figure out what I want to do in terms of like streaming and stuff like that. But right now I have so many like Pokemon cards, right? I like my wife works for TCPI, and we get cards all the time. So, well, not all the time, but every time a set comes out, we get like usually we get like a booster box and like a ETB, or a ETB and like a build and battle deck or something like that, right? Usually it's a booster box, right? So I have so many that I have not opened yet, but I also want to catalog all of the cards that I have so that I can do pack openings and stuff like that. But I don't want to do any more pack openings until I like get all of the other ones that I have opened already in order, and it's in like, and I have a lot that I have opened, and I want to get those cataloged and put away in the binders, as much of them as I can, and then I can start opening some more packs. I want to clear up some of the stuff in this box over here, my bulk box, I guess you can say. So the next thing I want to get is I want to get Riftbound. I want to buy some Riftbound, because the Riftbound cards look really cool. They do look really cool. And I gotta make some more sleeves, so I can have like sleeves for my Riftbound. Even though I'm not even gonna be using my Riftbound decks, probably maybe I can start playing people online, and we can do it through like the Discord thing, or like or I mean, now I got the sim thing. That's all I really need to play, and I can just collect the cards for real. But We'll see.
For instance, an RE nine-tailed fox deck can only run green calm cards.
And then he just announced Power World is coming to mobile.
In addition to your champion legend, your main deck must also contain at least one champion unit that corresponds with your legend. In other words, if your deck's champion legend is RE nine-tailed fox, then your 40-card deck must contain at least one copy of an RE champion unit card.
Okay, wait. Let me go back. Because this is probably what I didn't understand.
RE nine-tailed Riftbound. There are 6 domains, each with an opposite: Fury and Calm, Mind and Body, and Order and Chaos. Each domain has a distinct identity and flavorful gameplay style affiliated with it. Your deck can only contain cards of your champion legend's domains. For instance, an RE nine-tailed fox deck can only run green calm cards and blue mind cards. In addition to your champion legend, your main deck must also contain at least one champion unit that corresponds with your legend. In other words, if your deck's champion legend is RE nine-tailed fox, then your 40-card deck must contain at least one copy of
if your legend is Ari, then the champion unit must be Art. When an enemy unit attacks the battlefield you control, give it. Okay, all right. So you need a legend and a champion. A legend and then a champion. And it must contain how many of those?
One champion unit that corresponds with your legend.
Okay.
In other words, if your deck's champion legend is Ari, nine-tailed fox.
You say, wait, it looks like it's gonna be more of a MMO RPG style, and then I think Power World also getting an online TCG game, so you can scan your physical deck into the game.
Then your 40-card deck must contain at least one copy of an RE champion unit card. The other 39 cards in your main deck.
We'll see about that, because, well, I mean, not if they're gonna come out with a TCG or not, but about scanning your deck into the game, because it gets a little funky when you want to do that. Like, if you think about it, because instead of just scanning your own physical deck into the game, people are just gonna go online and find the best decks and then scan you know what I mean? Like, so it's just like that gets kind of iffy. I feel like
units, gears.
You used to be able to do that in games in like Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff, where you could put the code of the card into the game and it would give you the card. But even in some of the games, or at least one of the games, I think it was I forget what the name of the subtitle of the game was, but it was a Yu-Gi-Oh game, was on PlayStation. Even if you put first of all, the cards didn't even have all their effects. They didn't even have effects. You could put the thing on in the game, and then it would give you the card, and then it wouldn't. You still had to purchase it in game with like in-game currency, right? Like in the PlayStation game. But then the GBA games, I think the GBA games just allowed you to have the card. So like if you had a deck, you could literally just put in the code of all the cards, and then just you can get all the cards that you have in real life in the GBA game. So I think that was one of the only versions of, or I guess the only versions of Yu-Gi-Oh that I remember them allowing you to do that, which was the Game Boy Advance versions.
Spells. Each of these card types serve very different roles. Units are your means of conquering battlefields and scoring points. Unit cards have a set of identifying tags and a number denoting its might, which is used for both the unit's attack power and health. They also have a cost both in energy and power.
So everything is like it's a 5/5.
Much like unit cards, gear cards stick around until they're used up or removed and provide you or your units some form of benefit. They support units but do not conquer battlefields. Spells have a one-time effect and go to the trash when they resolve. Like units, they have a cost in the top left. All spells have an ability, and many have a keyword that stipulates the timing window when you can play them. You may have a maximum of 3 copies of any specific card in your main deck, including 3 copies of your legend's signature spell. Your rune deck, on the other hand, does not have a 3-copy restriction. You can run as many of the same rune as you'd like, provided your rune deck contains exactly 12 cards total. Maybe your Ari deck has more green cards in it than blue cards, so you decide to run 7 calm runes and only 5 mind runes. The last thing you'll need to play is a set of 3 different battlefields. There are many battlefields to choose from in Riftbound, but some of these will fit the game plan of your champion legend.
Okay, let me read these real quick. So, battlefield, Grove of the God Willow. When you hold here, draw 1. Units here have +1 might. This includes attackers. When you conquer here, oh, it says it for both players. I was like, what is at the top of the top of the thing? When you conquer here, look at the top 2 cards of your main deck. You may recycle one or both of them. Put those you don't back in any order. When you conquer here, ready 2 runes at the end of this turn.
Better than others. Once you have your champion, legend, your decks, and your battlefields locked in, you're ready to queue up to the Rift.
To the Rift.
Pre-game setup. To set up your board, first remove a champion unit from your deck and put it in the upper right of your board, which is referred to as the champion zone. This is your chosen champion. To the left of your champion unit, put your champion.
Oh, okay, I understand now. That's the one question I had that I didn't understand when I was trying to do this deck in, what was it? It was in it was I think it was this one, and it had a legend, but it didn't have a champion, and I was like, well, what does that mean? I think it was on TCG Arena. Yeah, I was missing a champion, so I was like, oh, well, let me go IRELA. So a legend, so it's either this one or this one. So champion unit, your spell that choose me costs 1 or such and such less. Opponents may pay to choose me with a spell or ability. When you choose or ready me, give me +1 might this turn. 4 or 5. Okay, 5. When you conquer, you may pay. Wait, where did it go? How move to chosen champion? 1. Okay, save. Deck is not legal. Is it legal now? No. Deck can't have more than 56 cards. That's strange. Play anytime, even before spell abilities resolve. So I'm just gonna remove one of these. How about that? Now the deck should be legal. Deck is legal. Save. Even though I'm not playing in TCG Arena, but I just wanted to make sure I had this right, because the deck that I got from here is incorrect. Then this is not a real deck. Unless they were playing without a chosen champion. I don't know how that works. We'll find out. Let's keep watching.
Legend. Your chosen champion is always available for you to play once you have the requisite runes to pay for it. If it dies, though, it will go to the trash rather than back to the champion zone, unlike some other card games. Wait. Is your chosen champion. To the left of your champion unit, put your champion legend. Your chosen champion is always available for you to play once you have the requisite runes to pay for it. If it dies, though, it will go to the trash rather than back to the champion zone, unlike some other card games. Ahem. To the left of your champion legend is your base. Your base is an area you always control and is where you play out your gear and your units when they're not vying for control of battlefields. Your opponent cannot move into your base, and you cannot move into your opponent's base. Below your champions, place your main deck. Next to it will be your trash, where cards go when they're used or killed. Place your rune deck in the lower left-hand corner of your board. To the right of your rune deck, you'll place the runes you accumulate throughout the game. Finally, you and your opponent will each choose one battlefield from among the 3 you each brought to play with. If you're just playing one game, you'll pick your battlefield randomly. If you're playing best 2 out of 3, then you'll get to pick whichever of your 3 battlefields you'll like. But once you've chosen a battlefield, you can't pick it again for future games in the match. You and your opponent will simultaneously reveal the battlefields you've selected side by side in between your 2 boards. The last thing you'll do before you start playing is determine who goes first. You can decide this by using any random method like rolling dice or flipping coins. Once you have a starting player, you're ready to draw your opening hands and begin your game of Riftbound. Playing Riftbound. At the start of the game, each player draws 4 cards from their main deck. This is your starting hand. If you don't like the cards in your hand, you may have an opportunity to take a single mulligan. To mulligan, choose up to 2 cards from your hand to recycle or put on the bottom of your deck. You then draw a replacement card for each card you recycled. After mulligans, it's time for the first player to start their turn. Each turn has 2 parts with different phases. At the start of each turn is a set of phases called A, B, C, D. Awaken, Beginning, Channel, and Draw. After these phases will be the action phase, where most of the game is played, but let's go over A, B,
Awaken,
C,
Beginning,
D
Channel,
first.
Draw.
In the Awaken phase, ready all cards you have in play. Cards in Riftbound can either be ready or exhausted. Ready cards can be used for actions.
Tapped.
Most of the time, taking an action with a ready card leaves it exhausted afterward. In the beginning phase, check to see if you score any points. You'll score 1 point for each battlefield you hold. I'll explain how you gain control of battlefields shortly. The channel phase provides you with runes from your rune deck. To channel, put the top 2 cards of your rune deck into play ready. On the second player's first turn only, they channel 3 runes instead of 2 in order to make up for going second. In the draw phase, draw a card from your main deck and add it to your hand. And yes, even the starting player draws on their first turn. After your ABCDs, it's time for the action phase. During the action phase, you may play cards, activate abilities, and move units to different areas. You may do as many of these actions as you want in any order, provided you have the resources for them. Let's look at how you play cards first. You may play cards either from your hand or your champion zone. To play a card, you must exhaust runes equal to the energy cost in the top left corner of your card. You may use any color runes to pay for a card's energy cost. Many cards have a power cost in addition to their energy costs. Power is noted by the number of rune symbols below the energy cost. Power costs do not add the total energy you must spend. Rather, a card's power describes how many runes of the matching type you must recycle or put back on the bottom
4
of the
tap
rune
and
deck
1
in
recycle.
order to play the card. For example, to play Caitlyn Patrolling, you must exhaust 3 total runes and recycle a calm rune. You are allowed to recycle an exhausted rune to pay for a power cost, and you may recycle 1
So you just say. Okay.
that you used to pay for the card's energy cost. Please note that some abilities also have a power cost, so keep an eye open for these symbols. You may play a unit to any area you control. Your base is always available to play units too, but you may deploy a unit to any battlefield where you already have units. This is a great way to reinforce a battlefield, making it harder for your opponent to win it back. When you play a unit, it enters exhausted. Gear gets played to your base. Unlike units, gear enters ready unless it says otherwise on the card. Spells have different timing windows depending on their keywords. If a spell does not have a keyword, it can only be played on the action phase of your turn outside of showdowns. Action spells may be played not only during your turn, but also at the start of showdowns.
Okay.
Either
Okay.
yours
Wait. Hold on. I gotta write all this down. Hold up. I gotta write all this down. Okay, Riftbound. Keywords. Riftbound keywords. Do this. So I could go windowed. So you can like see what I'm doing over here, you know? Put this up over here. So I'm going to go. Wait, no, you can't see that because duh. All right, so can you see that on vertical? Not really. Move it down a little bit. I could just do this way. How about I yoink this, right? And then I plug this one in instead. And then go Boom. And now here we go. That's a lot better. So okay, so keywords. We got action. We got action. Action is what?
Side of showdowns. Action spells may be played not. Gear gets played to your base. Unlike units, gear enters ready unless it says otherwise on the card. Spells have different timing windows depending on their keywords. If a spell does not have a keyword, it can only be played on the action phase of your turn outside of showdowns. Action spells may be.
Okay, so spells, no keyword. Only action phase. After ABCDs. Outside of showdowns. I assume you'll tell us what that is. And then we have action.
Played not only during your turn, but also at the start of showdowns, either yours or your opponent's.
So, not only my turn, but at the start of showdowns.
Contrast, reactions have a much wider timing window. You may play a reaction at any time you have priority, on your turn, during showdowns, and in response to another action.
Okay, reaction. I guess that kind of makes sense. Like if somebody plays an action, then you can play a reaction to an action. Any time you have prio on any turn.
Actions are often at their best during a chain. What is a chain? Well, anytime you play a card, activate an ability.
Chain. So then we have chains. Anytime you play a card, oops. Play a card.
To begin a showdown, it starts a chain. Most chains provide players with the opportunity to use reaction cards and abilities. When both players decline to add any more actions, the chain then resolves in reverse order. You start with the latest addition to the chain, and chain then resolves in reverse.
What was that?
When
What was
both
that
players
last card?
decline.
So he played hidden hide now to react with later for 0. Oh, that's cool. Action, play on your turn or in showdowns. Oh, They give you the meaning of the thing on the card.
To add any more actions, the chain then resolves in reverse order. You start with the latest addition to the chain and end with the earliest. If you start a chain by playing a permanent card, that is, a unit or a gear, the chain resolves immediately. In other words, no player may react to a permanent card being played. The most exciting
No player. Oops.
action you can take on your action phase is moving your units. You may move as many units as you'd like within a single action, provided they all have the same valid destination. Only ready units may move, and moving a unit exhausts it. Whenever you move a unit to a battlefield, a showdown begins. Showdowns determine ownership over a battlefield. A showdown often involves combat, but only if a battlefield is contested. Let's take a look at two different showdowns to see how they play out. A non-combat showdown and a combat showdown. We'll begin by showing you a non-combat showdown. If there are no units contesting a battlefield, the showdown is a non-combat showdown. Players are now able to take turns using action abilities or playing action cards until both pass. In this example, I move my Assault Poro onto the empty battlefield.
Yay.
Since this is not a combat showdown, my Poro's assault ability will not trigger, and I pass priority to my opponent after playing no action cards. My opponent responds with a Hex Tech Ray, hoping to kill my Poro before I successfully score a point.
Deal 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield.
I react with a Discipline, increasing my Poro's might before the
Give a unit +2 might this turn, draw 1. So it goes up to 4, so he has 1 left.
resolves. We both pass priority and the chain resolves, with the last spell being played resolving first. My Poro, now with 4 might, survives the Hex Tech Ray. With no further actions, I claim the battlefield and a point.
Okay, chains. Anytime you play a card, chains. In reverse of order played.
Please note, damage does not heal at the end of non-combat showdowns. It only heals at the end of combat and end of turn. Now let's look at a combat showdown, which occurs if the battlefield is contested. In this example, I move my Assault Poro onto a battlefield my opponent controls with their unit, Stalwart Poro. Since the battlefield is now contested, combat begins. The first step in combat is to determine who the attackers are and who the defenders are. Since I moved into the battlefield, I am the attacker. Since my opponent was in control of the battlefield at the beginning of the showdown, they are the defenders.
Okay.
Attackers always have priority first in showdowns. Now that we have our roles, trigger any when attacking.
Wait, 1 second. Let me go back. I think I missed something
effects.
about how he got here.
Control occurs if the battlefield is contested. In this example, I move my Assault Poro onto a battlefield my opponent controls with their unit, Stalwart Poro. Since the battlefield is now contested, combat begins. The first step in combat is to determine who the attackers are and who the defenders are. Since I moved into the battlefield, I am the attacker. Since my opponent was in control of the battlefield at the beginning of the showdown, they are the defenders. Attackers always have priority first in showdowns. Now that we have our roles, trigger any when attacking, then when defending effects, and add them to the chain. My Poro has an assault trigger, which will bring its might up to 3. My opponent has a shield trigger, bringing their might up to 3. If we ended combat here, both my 3 might Assault Poro and my opponent's 3 might Stalwart Poro would die. My opponent would lose control of the battlefield. I would score no points, and all damage units everywhere would be healed. But let's assume my opponent has a response. I pass priority to my opponent, and they respond by playing my opponent no points, If we ended combat here, both my 3-might Assault Poro and my opponent's 3-might Stalwart Poro would die. My opponent would lose control of the battlefield. I would score no points, and all damage units everywhere would be healed. But let's assume my opponent has a response. I pass priority to my opponent, and they respond by playing Hextech Ray. Much like a non-combat showdown, if I had no response, my Poro would die. I would gain no points, and my opponent would maintain control of the battlefield. I will respond to my opponent's Hextech Ray, however. I play Defy, countering my opponent's Hextech Ray, then pass priority. My opponent passes back to me, and I play Discipline, and we both pass. Now we resolve the chain. Remember, chains are resolved, first one in, last one out. My Poro will gain 2 might up to 5, and my Defy will counter the Hextech Ray. With no damage marked and 5 might, my Poro defeats my opponent's Poro. Gains control of the battlefield, damage is then healed, and I score a point. As you can see, combat is relatively easy. Just be sure to pay attention to timing restrictions on the cards you're playing. At the end of a showdown, units heal and the active player returns to their action phase and may continue to take any actions available to them, including more unit movement and potentially more showdowns. While we won't be covering every keyword, as most are self-explanatory, I would like to highlight one in particular: Hidden. Hidden is a keyword found on units.
You've activated my trap card.
A card with Hidden can be played normally for its cost like any other card in Riftbound. However, Hidden gives you another option. If you control a battlefield, you may recycle 1 rune of any color to put that card face down to the battlefield you control. If you do, you can play a card later for free as a reaction. This is incredibly powerful, but comes with some stipulations. The Hidden card can only be played or target units at the battlefield where it was hidden. You may only hide 1 card per battlefield you control, and if you ever lose control of a battlefield, you must trash the card that you have hidden there. At the end of the turn, heal all units, resolve any end-of-turn effects, then pass to the next player in turn order. One last thing to note about scoring. The first 7 points you score can be achieved through any combination of conquering and holding bases throughout the game, but the final 8th point cannot be scored by conquering a single battlefield. In order to score your 8th point, you must do one of 2 things. Conquer both battlefields, as in conquer one battlefield while you already hold the other. Hold a single battlefield until the beginning phase of your next turn. Conquering one battlefield while your opponent controls the other does not win you the 8th point. So you're gonna have to keep fighting. If you have 7 points and you would score a point for conquering, instead draw a card. This mechanic gives you the tools you need to take the win. And there you have it, everything you need to know to shuffle up and play a game of Riftbound. If you get stuck while you play, remember 3 things. Start your turn with A, B, C, D. Using a card exhausts a card, and if you forget what a card does, reading the card explains the card.
If you forget what a card does, read it. Oh, wow. Wouldn't have guessed that one.
You can also find the complete rules in the link below. Want to see a turn of Riftbound play out? What about a whole game? Remember, our episode of Shuffle Up and Riftbound is live now. It features every mechanic, card, and champion shown in this video played in a real game scenario. Give it a watch. I hope very much this video has been of some help to you.
ABCD. What was ABCD again?
Just by sharing this video with a friend, or leaving a comment, or just watching another video, whether it is our full
Awaken
Shuffle
Beginning
Up and
channel
Play
draw
episode of Riftbound, or another from our library. Would you like to see more Riftbound videos on this channel? Let me know in the comments below. Each turn is a set of phases called A, B, C, D. Awaken, Beginning, Channel, and Draw. After these phases will be the action phase, where most of the game is played, but let's go over A, B, C, D first. In the Awaken phase, ready all cards you have in play. Cards in Riftbound can either be ready or exhausted. Ready cards can be used for actions. Most of the time, taking an action with a ready card leaves it exhausted afterward. In the beginning phase, check to see if you score any points. You'll score 1 point for each battlefield you hold. I'll explain how you gain control of battlefields shortly. The channel phase provides you with runes from your rune deck. To channel, put the top 2 cards of your rune deck into play ready. On the second for each battlefield you hold. I'll explain how you gain control of battle in action with a ready card leaves it where most of the game is played, but let's go over A, B, C, D first. In the Awaken phase, ready all cards you have in play. Cards in Riftbound can either be ready or exhausted. Ready cards can be used for actions. Most of the time, taking an action with a ready card leaves it exhausted afterward. In the beginning phase, check to see if you score any points. You'll score 1 point for each battlefield you hold. I'll explain how you gain control of battle.
Score points. 1 for one for each battlefield. Eight points wins. Channel
Battlefields shortly. The channel phase provides you with runes from your rune deck. To channel, put the top 2 cards of your rune deck into play ready. On the second player's first turn only, they channel 3 runes instead of 2 in order to make up for going second. In the draw phase, draw a card.
You said channel 3 runes. Top 2 cards. Top 2 cards. From top 3 if you go second.
Is draw a card from your main deck and add it to your hand. And yes, even the starting player draws on their first turn. After your ABCDs, it's time for the action phase. During the action phase, you may play cards, activate abilities, and move units to different areas. You may do as many of these actions as you want in any order, provided you have the resources for them. Let's look at how you play cards first. You may play cards either from your hand or your champion zone. To play a card, you must exhaust runes equal to the energy cost in the top left corner of your card. You may use any color runes to pay for a card's energy cost. Many cards have a power cost in addition to their energy costs. Power is noted by the number of rune symbols below the energy cost. Power costs do not add the total energy you must spend, rather, a card.
Okay, so I'm gonna watch. Does he have a? Okay.
I don't know if you guys even know this is. This I got in Macau.
Box.
The very first time,
read it.
the very first time Riftbound got announced, it was only available to the general public, a special collector edition that shows 6 arcane cards. And it's been sitting sealed, by the way, in my personal collection. I thought it'd be cool to bring it out and put some stakes on the game. So the winner.
This is for me? Thank you so much.
I haven't won yet.
It could just go back to me.
Wow, so we're playing for actual stakes here.
Yes.
Very nice. You want to put it up over there at the end of the table?
Okay.
You want to play for that?
Oh, and my battlefield is the Grove of the God Willow. It's essentially exactly what I said. You sit on this battlefield, you draw a card, which is perfect, exactly what I want.
All right, you're all about drawing cards.
That's normally your bit.
Me? Hi, it's me. It's CGB, and I like to draw cards. And I'm here with my Covert Go captain, Miss Fortune. I also have Bounty Hunter as my legend. This deck is all about manipulating my deck to try to gain little advantages and maybe cause some horrifying things to happen. My battlefield is the Candlelit Sanctum. When you conquer this, you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and you can put them on the bottom or on the.
Ooh. I got this under illicit means. So this is a VIP event similar, I think maybe the exact same as this one, but I was sick during this, so I didn't actually go. They still gave it to me graciously afterwards. I feel a little bit fraudulent even having this, but it looks really nice.
Well, I didn't get a VIP playmat for missing the event, so lucky you, but I am playing today Kaisa. She is all about
he's playing it.
Damage and accelerating.
Yeah, I'm learning Riftbound because I found out that there's Rift Atlas. I was watching Mega Mogwai's video on Riftbound, and he was like, yeah, you can play on Rift Atlas or TCG Arena. And at first, I was making a deck on TCG Arena a little while ago, but I was like, I don't know, man. I was like, I don't know. So then I saw people playing on this, which I thought was TCG Arena. So I'm like, all right, well, I might as well. I'm like, I'm not doing anything else right now. I'm like still waiting for Tokon to come out in a couple of days. So I was like, I might as well take a random tour through something random. So I was like, all right, let's learn to play Riftbound.
My battlefield is Targon's Peak. When you conquer here, you get to ready 2 runes at the end of your turn. And even though I did not get a special VIP playmat for missing the summit, Riot does appreciate me, and so they sent me this.
what I'm planning to do is I want to play a top tier they said that you could play any thing, and it shouldn't, I guess it shouldn't matter, but I like what I do in card games. If I can, I usually will play whatever the best decks are to learn the game, because that way I know that the deck is good, and it's me who is the issue with, you know, needing to do things better. So that's how I usually go. But what I do want to play is Kai'Sa, because I think Kai'Sa is cool. I always thought Kai'Sa was cool in League of Legends. I just never was like good at playing her or any other champion in League of Legends.
Special playmat for us by...
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Watch your cards.
Yeah, there we go. So I am also a very important person. Thank you, Riot. Can we not use this? I don't think we can use
No,
this.
I think it's fine. It fits on the table.
Okay.
You're good.
I gotta put this on our dining room table upstairs. Sorry to make a mess. Shall we determine who goes first? So in Riftbound, the way it works is we all have our battlefields, but one of these is going to be eliminated. So we're gonna.
I want to buy some cards, but I was like, I
kind of shuffle up.
Yo, what's up, Ryan?
And
I wanted to buy some Riftbound cards, but I was like, I don't know how to play the game. I would just be collecting them. I'm still gonna be collecting them, I guess, just from getting them. But
okay, I will pick this one.
All right, so we've got, it's me, Targon's Peak. So I get to go first.
Yeah.
But I have this philosophy that going last is really advantageous, because not only do you get to draw, I don't get to draw going first, but you get to ready an extra rune.
I'm down for this.
And I really liked my battlefield, so it's a trade-off. It's interesting, but
holy alt art red Kai'Sa. Nice. How much is that? Is that like worth a lot?
The rest of us are going to get our battlefield.
All right.
I actually really needed my battlefield in this game.
All right.
Then every card that I get outside of Pokemon is immediately going into my collector app. I'm not playing no games with like slacking on putting cards in my collector app.
I can't wait to play some Riftbound.
Is there?
Because I still got to put a ton of cards
100%
in my collector app.
Them together.
I literally just
riffle shuffling is and that's usually what I did before.
started using collector. I was using
yeah, so I'm gonna do, I don't know what this is called.
I was using Dragon Shield for Pokemon before, but somebody who watches my stream, another streamer who watches my stream, told me yesterday about collector, and he uses collector, and collectors for all of these TCGs and not just one thing. And Riftbound is also here. So
two additional cards.
I'm interested in like Riftbound. I'm interested in like Gundam. But like I'm not gonna play Gundam right now. I know some people that play Gundam, but Gundam seems like a really cool one. I have some Dragon Ball cards.
So I'm going first. I don't get to draw and channel for turn.
Tons of Pokemon cards. I have some Magic because my friend bought me 2 Commander decks, so I just play him in 1v1 Commander pretty much right now.
It's a Ravenbloom student. This has got 2 might.
I have some Digimon cards, but only a very like.
Like me.
I only have 1 box of like the.
It's the +1 might.
It was like one of the ones that first came out
that'd be really
a few years.
Yeah,
a few years ago.
That's for the
I don't know.
university, not the community.
They're not that great, but they're all right.
I'm also going to be getting 2
60. That's a nice.
It's
a nice card.
Sorry, you didn't get to draw. I do. I also love getting to play some units.
Let me see.
So I'm going to play the Daring Poro. When it attacks, it gets an additional might, but otherwise it just has 2.
I mean, that's pretty normal.
Yeah, it's so cute.
It's a
Just look at it.
it's a daring move.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you shoot a Poro out of a cannon and you hope that it explodes on
Oh, this
impact
card.
and not
Is
beforehand.
it this
Like
one?
I said, I've never really played League, so I don't know how
The
that works.
Poros are cute. They're over there.
Yeah, no, I know what a Poro is. I just didn't know you shot them out
Go
of
ahead and
cannons.
channel some
You do whatever you
runes.
want with them.
A mind-rated calm rune. I draw. I too will play a Poro. Stalwart Poro. It has shield +1 might only while defending.
Poros and Poros.
Yes. And I'm done with my turn.
All right, this is where going last pays off. So I will get to channel 3 runes
See, going last is best in this, I think.
I think so too.
and draw a card. Everybody's getting their first units out there. I think I'm just gonna go score points. I'm going to play Sneaky Deckhand. This says you may play me to an open battlefield, and I'm going to play it to the Grove of the Godwillow because there's nothing, Skara, I love more than drawing cards. So I'm going straight to your battlefield.
I don't really know the lore behind you, CGB, but I need to draw cards. That's my battlefield.
Good. So that will be scoring a point. So I now have 1 point because I conquered the Grove. But I'm not done yet. I actually have another play.
You're
So wait.
no runes that aren't.
Yeah, I'm telling you, going last is actually preferable in this game. This is
Cards.
Wait.
So I'm going to play the Daring Poro. When it attacks, it gets an additional might, but otherwise it just has 2.
I mean, that's pretty normal.
Yeah, it's so cute.
it's a
Just look at
daring
it.
it's a daring move.
Yeah, I mean, you shoot a Poro out of a cannon and you hope that it explodes on impact and not beforehand.
Like I said, I've never really played League, so I don't know how
The
that works.
Poros are cute. They're over there.
Yeah, no, I know what a Poro is. I just didn't know you shot them out
Go
of
ahead and
cannons.
channel some
You do whatever you
runes.
want with them.
A mind-rated calm rune. I draw. I too will play a Poro. Stalwart Poro. It has shield +1 might only while defending.
Poros and Poros.
Yes. And I'm done with my turn.
All right, this is where going last pays off. So I will get to channel 3 runes
See, going last is best in this, I think.
I think so too.
and draw a card. Everybody's getting their first units out there. I
Even
think I'm
when
just gonna
even
go
when
score
you're
points.
last
I'm going to play Sneaky Deckhand. This says you may play me to an open
in a 4-player game.
battlefield, and I'm going to play it to the Grove of the Godwillow because there's nothing, Skara, I love more than drawing cards. So I'm going straight to your battlefield.
I don't really know the lore behind you, CGB, but I need to draw cards. That's my battlefield.
Good. So that will be scoring a point. So I now have 1 point because I conquered the Grove. But I'm not done yet. I actually have another.
Wait. So you. So he spent 3. How come they didn't go to a battlefield? You may play me to. Oh, you can't normally play cards directly to a battlefield. You have to play them to your base first, and then you can move them to the battlefield. But they can be played. This card can be played to an open battlefield. Okay.
Battlefield. And I'm
But I
It's off the cuff opinion. Going last is going first.
Oh, wait till he sees this.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this 0-cost gear, Seal of Discord. It makes me recycle one of my runes. And then I'm going to use it to pay to hide a card at this battlefield. So I can play this card face down using the gear, and I can reveal it at a later time.
But this hitting card only stays as long as you control it, right?
It only stays here as long as I occupy this battlefield. That's right.
Okay.
I think I'm done. I think I've done enough here today.
Jeez, have you? All right. It's time for me to awaken, begin my turn, channel, and draw A, B, C, D, in case you hadn't noticed that pattern.
Easy to remember.
Your Sneaky Deckhand. It is doing some things I don't like, and so I'm gonna give it a shakedown. Shakedown is gonna require me to actually recycle a rune, but Kaisa is going to help out with that because I can go ahead and exhaust her to cover that recycle cost on spells only. That's nice because I don't have to recycle one of my runes here. Now, because I cast a spell, my Ravenbloom student is going to get +1 of my runes here. Now, because
Wait, go back. Go back.
Spells.
Add. Recycle. Use only. Add power. I guess that means add power. Okay. Use only to play spells. Abilities that add resources can't be reacted to. Tap to add a power.
Only. That's nice because I don't have to recycle one of my runes here. Now, because I cast a spell, my Ravenbloom student is going to get +1 might until end of turn. Don't worry, Scar, it's just until end of turn. I'm shaking down your dock hand. It's doing 6 damage to it unless you let me draw 2 cards. It's your choice.
6.
You dare to shake down the famed pirate Covert Go Bilgewater.
Covert Go Bilgewater. Can I Covert Go draw 2 cards or take 6 damage? Just go ahead and take the 6 damage.
There is nothing I hate more than giving away.
Choose an enemy unit. Deal 6 to it unless its controller has you draw 2 cards. Yeah. That's
Card draw, but we've got to do it.
Oh, I get to do it? Really?
Yeah, you get to do it.
All right,
Yep,
all right.
draw
I was
2.
kind of hoping you would take the 6 damage.
I think holding this and drawing cards is better. I think so.
Okay. I had hoped to do that and go in and take over with my student. Instead, I think she's gonna go to a poetry slam here at the Candlelit Sanctum, and I get a point from that. So I'm up to 1 point, and I've also got an effect off of the Candlelit Sanctum. When I conquer there, I get to look at the top 2 cards, and if I wish...
So wait, how do you... You get a point just for moving to a battlefield? Can people react to it to contest it? You just get a point in the middle of your turn? I'm confused about that.
I can recycle one or both of them, so I can do a little bit of filtering here. I'm gonna go ahead and recycle this one, and this is gonna stay right on top though. Very nice card, yeah. And then here at Tolarian Community College, we do have the buddy system, so our student is not gonna be alone at the Poetry Slam. I'm going to exhaust 2 and play directly to my conquered battlefield. Another Ravenbloom student, they're buddying up.
Which one's your favorite student?
This one is my favorite.
Just noting for later.
I can't say that.
No, I have everybody who took one of my classes when I was a real college professor knows I have favorites.
You were a real college professor? I thought that was like a...
Well, a community college professor.
Still, that's
is that
real?
real?
That's still a real
real.
college.
That is
real.
Technically, my job title was visiting lecturer.
Doesn't matter. That's still a real job. I didn't know. I thought it was like a...
I had a real job.
No. I just thought it was like a...
Streamers see
I'm
real job.
so
Can't believe it.
I'm so sorry. I did not have to really as flabbergasted.
Yes, I had a job once.
I should have known. You're so eloquent. Of course, you teach people well at your Tolarian Community College. It should have been obvious.
Yeah, I'm eloquent. So, as usual, I'm completely exhausted, and I'm gonna pass to Amy.
And I'm gonna wake on up. We're gonna get some more runes as well.
You get to channel 2 like every turn.
This Poro is.
This game is fast. Yo, this game is fast, bro.
Where's my battlefield?
You have it. It's right there.
Covert Go Bilgewater is occupying it currently.
Oh, God.
My battlefield is on the floor, so...
I kind of need to be on one to do anything with my deck. So... This might get a little.
That's how the game works, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can find one of them open eventually. I'm going to conquer this one though and get a point.
So everything there is going to get a bonus.
Yes, all of the units that are at Treferian War Camp, mine, yours, attacking ones, all get 1 additional might. I am then going to use my rune, floating the energy, and playing a Seal of Unity. And now I'm going to take advantage of Legion. I'm going to play the Vanguard Captain using that energy. Also using the Hand of Noxus because Legion is active and one of my runes, and I will play it directly onto the Treferian War Camp. When I play this, if Legion's active, I also get 2 additional recruit tokens. So I'm going to rapidly build up my might in the Treferian War Camp.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's a lot of stuff at one war camp already.
And they're all getting a bonus as well, so they're not 1 might, but 2 might?
Yes, they are.
That's twice as effective.
Yeah, that seems...
Okay. All right, let me I kind of want to hop into okay, Rift Atlas. Okay, we're in Rift Atlas. Manage. Can I change my profile? Whatever. That's fine. It's fine. Import deck. Irelia, Diana, Master Yi, LeBlanc, Ezreal. Rengar. I like Rengar. Rengar's cool. Okay. I'm gonna save Rengar for later. I feel like her stuff is a little more simple. Finding the right timing to start using her ability to push for points. Too early and we won't have enough runes to develop, but too late and the opponent has time to build up their side of the board. Unleashed didn't bring any new ways to play Blade Dancer. Still very much focused on Irelia Fervent and Stellacorn Herder as primary win conditions. However, new set did bring support cards Vex, Apathetic, Scuttle Crab, and Starcrossed. As a result, Irelia is still playing the exact same game plan from Spirit Forge, aim at controlling the pace of the match, while Irelia Fervent dominates the board, or Stellacorn Herder fills our hand with cards. All right, let's just see what it do. So we're gonna grab this. Deck, export, I guess, I don't know, code. Import deck code. Oh, bet it worked. Okay, and then save simulator, try it out. Edit deck, choose deck, new deck, import deck. Solo room. Focus on sandbox for opening hands, sequencing, and clean turn practice. Two-sided practice. Choose an opponent deck, sideboard, both lists, and make every decision for both seats. I'll just do goldfish. Choose battlefield. When you conquer here, ready 2 runes. When you conquer here with 1 or more units, you may pay 1 to draw 1. When a player plays a spell, they may give a unit they control here play first. Lock in. Equip, attach. Scuttle crab. Mulligan 2. Okay, let's see. So we got green. We drew 1. Play anytime, even counter spell that costs equip. We have the gear card. Attach to a unit you control. Stellar Corn Herder. I can't play this yet because I don't have enough. Guardian Angel. Equip card. Scuttle Crab. 2. So can I only... You play me, draw 1. Choose an opponent. They reveal their hand. You look at their face down cards this turn. Gain 1 XP. So... And then I guess I'd end my turn. Okay. And then so I drew. Now I have 4. When I move, draw 1. And you play me, so then I would move this to here. Conquer and score. Can move from battlefield to battlefield. So does this give it +2? So I have to pay 3 for that. So I'm gonna right? I pay 4 for that to put that down. And then auto score from hold, XP counter, skip draw phase. And then I end my turn, right? counter a spell that costs. Move, draw 1. Give a unit 2 this turn and another unit 2 this turn. Another unit -2. Can I -2? Whoops. Target. And then when the player plays a spell, they may give a unit they control here +1. If I would die, kill Guardian Angel instead. Heal me. Exhaust me. And recall me. Wait, what? Auto pay. Oh. Can you do that on other stuff? And you play it here. Basically your bench. Ah. You exhaust one. Then what does this do? Target. And then this one. So how do I... How do I put a token? How do I put? How do I -1 from this? Buff units on board. Oh, you hold it. Remove buff. How do I take away? Oh, I guess it can't go below 0. But see. So I guess two counters on it. Could be so like for negative or whatever, for -2 debuff. That's weird. No. This is gonna be hard. It's gonna be a little difficult. Host room. Dang, man, I need somebody to play. I need somebody to play against. Um. Maybe I just make both decisions for, okay. Export code. Paste. Save. Okay, now play open simulator. Solo room. Two-sided. Select. It's so quiet. The arena is greatest. At the start of each player's beginning phase, that player gains 1 point. First time a First time a player plays non-token unit here each turn, to another unit they control here to. Give a unit +1 this turn. Or can be played to a battlefield where there are enemy units, even if you don't have units there. When I move to a battlefield, you may move an enemy unit to that battlefield. So I have a champion unit in my hand. Huh. Wait. Top 3 cards of your main deck. Recycle the rest. How do you recycle? Oh, this is better. I think I actually drew this one. Oh. Okay. I'm just gonna say we're gonna put this one on top. Recycle. Oh, this is cool. Okay. First time a player plays here each turn, they move another unit they control. Player plays a spell, they may give a unit they control here. So can I react to this? Play anytime, even before spells and abilities resolve. Counter an enemy spell or ability that chooses a friendly unit. Hidden. When you play me, you may choose a friendly unit, move me to its location, and it to my original location. I don't have anything. I can't play anything because I don't have any mana. Okay, so that stays here. I guess I get a point because if I put something there and it's conquered, if they don't do anything about it. Pike. When you play your second card in a turn, give me +2 this turn and ready me. So 5/1. I can't even play him yet. When I move to a battlefield, you may move an enemy unit to that battlefield. Why would I want to do that? Nidalee. You may play me as a reaction to a battlefield where you have units. When I win a combat, draw 1. I win if I remain after combat. So non-combat counts, right? Okay, so I'm gonna intern. Swap seats. The next time a friendly unit would die, kill this instead. Recall that unit exhausted. High now for 1 power to react with later. So float. Oh, I can't do that, right? Oh, channel 1 power. So I can't do that because don't this side doesn't have any. Okay, so this side has boom, right? And now I can do that. So I do that. Boom. And then I go like that. But I need to pay 2, right? Still need to pay 2. Any spell or ability that chooses a friendly unit or gear. When you play me, you may choose a friendly unit. Move me to its location. So I should be able to play this too. And then end. Oh, it has to be play hidden to the place. Okay. All right. That's good to know. Good to know. Power. And then in turn, switch seat. Okay. Kaisa, look who it is. May pay 1 power as an additional cost to have me enter ready. So wait, there's 2 different icons. 2 different icons. Oh, does that mean the color icon, the multicolor icon is anything and the red one is red? Has to be red? When I conquer, I draw 1. Oh, I didn't do Scuttle. I didn't do Scuttle ability. Okay. So we're gonna pay. We're gonna pay 4, and then pay an additional. And player is ready. And I guess this is an attacker, right? So, like, as a showdown. Gain 1 XP. What does that XP do? Whoops, no, I didn't mean to do that. Target. And would die. Kill this instead. Recall that unit exhausted. So play from hidden. Kill this instead. Right? And then recall this unit exhausted. Conquer. Draw one. What? There's another one. And swap seats. And then we're gonna go. Is that why it's so beefy? 4? 1? 4? So we're gonna try to kill Kaisa. Let me go look at this other thing again. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy right here.
Rather, a card's power describes how many...
Where was it again about attacking showdowns?
Exhausted. Gear gets played to your base. Unlike units, gear enters ready unless it says otherwise on. We'll begin by pass. Resolves. With the last spell being Gray Resolve, score. Since this is not a combat showdown, my Poro's assault ability will not trigger, and I pass priority to is contested. In this example, I move my Assault Poro onto a battlefield my opponent controls with their unit, Stalwart Poro. Since the battlefield is now contested, combat begins. The first step in combat is to determine who the attackers are and who the defenders are. Since I moved into the battlefield, I am the attacker.
So even if it's exhausted, it's an attacker. So what's the point of it being exhausted?
My opponent was in control of the battlefield at the beginning of the showdown, they are the defenders. Attackers always have priority first in showdowns. Now that we have our roles, trigger any when attacking, then when defending effects, and add them to the chain. My Poro has an assault trigger, which will bring its might up to 3. My opponent has a shield trigger. Now that we have our roles, trigger any when attacking, then when defending effects, and add them to the chain. My Poro has an assault trigger, which will bring its might up to 3. My opponent has a shield trigger, bringing their might up to 3. If we ended combat here, both my 3 might assault Poro and my opponent's 3 might stalwart Poro would die. My opponent would lose control.
Okay, so in this situation, we're gonna move him here, and this is the attacker, right? And since I'm the attacker, and we don't, and I can't play anything on that side. So on this side, we can go, we could pay boots, right? Attach this to something I control, right? Okay, and then, so that's 4 now. Plus 2. So 4, 4. And then we end here, both die, right? Equipment. And then I can conquer here, right? I think I'm doing this right. Not 100% sure. But since I hold here, it gave me a point. Because I hold here. Play as a reaction to a battlefield where you have units. I can be played to a battlefield where there are enemy units, even if you don't have units. I forgot about this effect. Let's say I have Oh. I don't know how that works. Sure. All right. Six. I forgot about that. Uh, give a unit +5 this turn. God damn. Nothing to do here. Give a friendly unit +1 this turn, and then an additional +1 this turn if is the only unit you control there. So since it's exhausted, it can't move, right? I assume that's what it means. Can I only play 5 green? +2 +5. What's up, Sopa? no, and ready me, and then you can put it here. So I'm just learning. I'm just trying to learn Riftbound. So like today I was like I'm dying not having Tokon, right? Playing the Tokon beta ruined my life, and now I'm waiting for Tokon to come this week, and I'm just trying to like figure out some other stuff to do. So today I was watching Mega Mogwai's video on Riftbound, and because it was like one of his most viewed videos that he posted, and then after I watched that video, during that video I found out about Rift Atlas, and I was like, oh, this is the thing that I saw people playing this game on. I thought Rift Atlas was TCG Arena because I've never played on TCG Arena before. So I was like, oh, well, I was trying out TCG Arena, or I was like messing around with a deck. I tried to like import a deck into TCG Arena, and then I was like, I gotta go find out the rules and stuff. So I watched his video, and then I watched the other video from the community. What was it? What's the dude's thing? Tolorian Community College video on how to play the game. And then after that, then I was like, oh, let me hop into Rift Arena and just mess around, because I was like, then I took 2 decks and I put them against each other in like a just a solo room, and I'm just like going back and forth and just like messing around and seeing if I can like kind of understand the stuff in the game. Oh, Tokon is coming out on the 6th. It comes out on Thursday. So only got a couple more days. So you play Riftbound, right? He's already trying to play, still learning the game. So stuff about like there's certain things that I don't fully understand yet, and I'll also, this game is using Rift Arena and playing it more like a physical game where you have to kind of keep up with stuff. This is nice because it's pretty polished, and like having all the different things, some of the things being like auto, like the points being auto. So one thing I don't I played Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon before, but there's like specific things about this game that I don't fully understand. Like, so let's say, for instance, let's say I've just played a card here in the base area, right? So when you play a card to the base and it's played exhausted, that means it can't move until the next turn because it's like summoning sickness, right? Okay. So yeah, it's like I'm just making sure that I know correctly, because on here it gives you the things you can like auto pay, and you can pay the right amount of stuff. So other question. So for cards specifically like him, right? Champion cards, champion units can only use the color of the band that is on their card, right? I can't use orange and red to pay his 5 costs. I have to use 5 red, plus I have to use 1, I have to recycle 1 for power, right? So it's like it's 4. So it will be pay 5 red, and then of those 5 red, recycle 1 of those, and to play him. Five energy, any color. Am I getting 151? I have some 151 already. I have a binder. I don't have I have some 151. That was like a couple of boosters. I think it was like a booster box, and it was like another thing. It wasn't a full booster box, but it was also I think I have four more booster packs of 151. It's a binder thing. I gotta catalog all my stuff. I've been like cataloging all my things into collector to find out like what I actually have. So yeah, I only have four. I have 4 packs of 151. I'm probably gonna keep those because recycle one red. Yeah, mandatory. Can I buy any packs, boosters? Start my collection. I have to look and see, because some of the stuff I might be using like to make videos and stuff. The number of energies you have to exhaust. Yeah, that part I know. So it's like that's like tapping lands. Like, so 5, that's like tapping lands. I'll let you know, Kenny. Five of any colors, then you have that tiny red symbol there. Yeah, that's the recycle cost. So on here, right? Let me see if I pull all these out real quick. It's gonna end turn, then I'm gonna swap, and then I'm gonna end turn. Oh, well, I got the 8 already, but let's see if it allows me to. Wait, where's that other Rengar card? So here, the reason why I asked that is because normally when I go to pay something on this, when I go to pay something on here, right? When I go to auto pay, it just does the first 4 when I do this Kaisa champion unit card here, right? But when I do chosen champion, is it different? Chosen champion, is chosen champion the one I only have to use the color on the band? Yo, Kenny, thanks for the roses. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Some units has it. Also, it depends on the card. Because I know some cards have 2 colors, right? And this one just has the 1 orange. So as chosen champion, it seems like it only wants me to use orange. But when I play something from my hand that's a champion unit, it can be anything. I'm not talking about the recycle thing. I'm just talking about the color that you have to use, because here it says, here it's making me do all orange, but here it's making me do anything. And I was just wondering if chosen champion forces you to only use the color on their band. I'm just asking. That's what I was saying. If I figured because the sim was doing that was the rule. So like I'm not worried about the recycle part. I'm just worried about the making sure I'm using the right runes to pay for stuff. Just the most smart way for you to use your runes. And have enough so you can do spells. So 5 and then cuz like if I put this in my hand 5 and see how the sim does it. The first to the right after Darius. Okay. So orange 1 energy auto pay. So also what's the difference between energy and power? Because I know power, like for power, you have to do the thing down here, or it's like this little multicolored icon down here. It says hide for now for power. To do smartest way to recycle runes is to recycle the ones you use. Yeah, right. Energy is the number. So what's float? Because when I float something, it goes to energy. When I put something, I would assume. Moved Fury rune to top of rune deck. Moved body rune to top of rune deck. Of power rune deck. You can exhaust any color to pay for that number. Flow is different. Is mechanic of the game. Some cards can be used from your graveyard or trash. That's how call in Riftbound. So the flow allow you to pay a cost of energy to use a spell or some card with flow effect from your trash. So the multicolored icon is flow, and the so check, there are only 3 sets so far. Yeah. I saw that I think one came out recently. One came out like super recently. Let me see. I started kind of actually playing in that one, Vendetta. But I have been low-key collecting since Unleashed. So let me see, sets. So they got Origins, Spirit Forge, Unleashed, Vendetta. Do you think that it's worth starting my collection in Origins? Like if I were to just, if I can even get Origins. Because we should be having reprints of Origins soon, and it will get cheaper. What I recommend is if you play League or have a legend you want, get it. You know what's crazy? I think that the prices, when I was looking at Origins before, I was like, dang, I should have got it. I should have just went ahead and got Origins back then, because it was like, I don't know, maybe a few months ago. I don't think the prices were that high. Spirit Forge. How many packs? These are 24 packs. People was into other stuff. Lucky ones were really League faithful players, were the ones that jump on the hype. Couldn't believe it. Should have gotten them in there. I heard Beyblade is hot right now. I heard Beyblade is hot right now. You know what's funny? I have one Beyblade. I bought one Beyblade probably last year because I was like, oh, Beyblades are, because I think me and my wife went to Wajimaya and they had Beyblades in the store, and I was like, oh, I'm about to get me a Beyblade. I just have this one. I just have this one Beyblade. Hold up. Oh wait, I forgot I put the camera over here. I have this one Beyblade that I bought with this with this launcher. I hadn't had Beyblades in so long, and then I was listening to something today, and they were saying that, like, I think it was what's the name? What's his name? What's his other channel? Papa Meat, but his other channel. I was listening to his channel, and he was talking about how Beyblades were hot right now, and I was like, are you serious? It was earlier today, before I got off of work. Scalpers are ruining Beyblade. I was like, that's insane. I was clicking through everything today before I got online. I was like, I don't know what I want to do today. So I had opened up, I bought Sparking Zero DLC, and I was like, I want to try to play it again, and I gotta like relearn the game, and that was like a daunting task. So I just ended up not doing that right now. Then I opened up Predecessor. I played one match of Predecessor because I was like maybe I'll learn Predecessor for this week, and because I saw somebody else playing it on YouTube, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that game exists. Then I opened up Monster Hunter Wilds and realized, I was like, oh, I forgot to put it back on my SSD so it doesn't load like it's supposed to. So I was like, what am I gonna do today? So I just fired up the stream, and I was like, all right, well, let me mess around with some TCG stuff, and maybe I'll scan in some cards. And then I started looking at Riftbound stuff, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll do Riftbound. So I just started learning Riftbound. 2XKO, the reason why I just didn't feel like playing 2XKO today is because they just nerfed my character. They nerfed my character, they nerfed the fuse. So like Freestyle is supposed the best fuse. Ari is one of the best characters. So I was using Freestyle before Ari, but then I started to learn Ari, was learning her, and she's one of the best characters. I was playing Ari Caitlyn, and I'm like, all right, I'm getting in kind of a groove. And then they nerfed Ari, then they nerfed Freestyle, and they nerfed assist in general. And I'm like, this feels bad. And I've never felt this bad in like a fighting game before. Like, the patch has never hit me this hard in a fighting game. And I was like, all right, man. I was like, I played a little bit. I'll still probably play. Maybe I'll play a little bit before I go to bed. But I'm just like, come on, man. Y'all did this in the midst of Tokon about to come out. So it's like a whole bunch of people that are probably like, I don't even feel like playing the game right now. And then Tokon is about to come out, and they're all gonna go play Tokon. Do you play Riftbound on here on Rift Atlas? I've already switched my so I'm not gonna quit 2XKO, but like I've already switched my fuse from Freestyle to 2X, and I was like messing around with 2X last night. I think it was last night or the night before. And then I do want to play Samira, and I guess I'll try Lux, but I didn't want to drop Ari. Like I was kind of planning on being an Ari main. I'm probably still gonna do that, but like it's like I sat there and tried to learn this whole combo that was like really, really hard for me to learn. And now I can play because of it. I can play Akali now, which is another character I wanted to play, but I couldn't do jump down heavy combos. But now I can because I learned how to do it from Ari. So it's that combo that was really hard for me to learn got nerfed very heavily. Like it's now harder to do the combo a little bit because the normals are shorter. So like it doesn't reach as far down, like jump down heavy doesn't reach as far down as it used to. And so like I gotta time it a different way, and then all of the heavy buttons lost damage. So doing all of those heavy attacks in a combo now do way less damage than they used to. And it's just like, bro. And on top of that, the beginning of the combo where you do Spirit Rush forward and then Spirit Rush up back, Spirit Rush scales your combo very heavily. So on top of you starting the combo with a super heavily scaled move, then they reduced all of the damage of the heavy buttons, which makes the combo do a lot less. Like it does a lot less now. And it wasn't like it did like an insane amount of damage where it was like, oh my god, you do this combo without an assist and it does like 80% or like 75%. It doesn't do that. It does like almost 50%. Almost 50%. But now it doesn't do that. Now it does like 30 something percent. Like, it's like, dog, what the And on top of that, she's glass. Like she can't take a hit. So now she used to be a glass cannon. Now she's just glass. Like now she's just glass. Star Spring. Oh, let's just do random. Let's just do random. Random. Can I do random on that side? Yeah, random. Can I? Scuttle crab. Assault +2 while I'm an attacker. When I move the battlefield, you may move an enemy unit to that battlefield. When you play me, draw 1 if your other units have a total might of 5 or more. First time a player plays a non-token creature here, each turn they may move another unit they control here to its base. When you conquer here with 1 or more mighty units, you may pay 1 to draw 1. Oh, one more question about conquering, right? So in this situation here, right, where I put a scuttle crab on this, right? I immediately get a point because there's nothing else here? Or is it when everything resolves. Like, say for instance, they play something that destroys this when I put this here, then I don't get it. But then if I give them the chance to play and they can't play anything and they can't destroy this, then I automatically get a point. Because I know about the points from when you're holding it from the next turn. So like their turn passes and then my turn comes back, and at the beginning of my phase, or like, you know, I undo, you know, I ready all my cards, and then you check for points, and I get a point if I'm still holding the thing. But when you first put it on there, how do points work? Because from what I saw, so then you conquer when you move to battlefield where there's no units. So no units, and they can't destroy it with anything because they don't have any spells to destroy it. Then I get a point automatically after that showdown, right? So like technically it's a non-combat showdown because there's no other unit there. Nice. Okay. Cool. Okay. So that gets a point. And then, so since I have no mana or anything like that, I can't do anything else. So in my turn, switch seats, and then I can move this here. I can move. I keep forgetting that Scuttle Crab lets you draw a card, but I'll get that in a minute. So then I'm gonna move this here, and this has 4. This has 0. And then so with combat, this kills this, and I stay here and I conquer this, and then I can go on to play the rest of my turn, I guess. You may play your direction while I'm an attacker. I could have played Inferna there and got the assault. When you play me, buff another friendly unit. If it doesn't have a buff, it gets a +1 buff. So I can play this, and then this gets a buff. Can I play more than one unit per turn if I have the resources? Cool. Best way to play with people. I ask. Of course, many get disconnected, but the good ones will help and even play with you. Play unit spells, gears, as many as you want. Cool. The questions that I needed answered. I appreciate it. These are the questions, or because I was just like kind of like running through like the games earlier, and I was just like, I think this is right. Hopefully what I'm doing is right, because I'm just like trying to like wrap my head around the game. Because before I start playing people, I want to be able to like understand what I'm clicking on, understand kind of like the UI, and like understand what I'm doing, so that I'm not like hindering the game as much. All right, man. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for answering a lot of my questions about the game. Appreciate it. And maybe next time I'll be playing some. Maybe I'll be playing some games tomorrow. We'll see. Let me see what's in. I want to see what's in. Spirit Forged. I think some of these cards. Here for later. Tomorrow's 3 a.m. Well, that's fine.
have any Riftbound?
Yeah, we have booster packs, we have starter decks, and we even have...
Shut up and take my money. Riftbound is here, and amongst all the excitement about which champion you want to play, how to play the game, and of course, actually finding some product in stock, good luck, there does come a fairly simple question. What do I actually want to buy? There are a number of product options for Riftbound, and where to get started, especially if you're unfamiliar with trading card games or you're buying a gift for someone, can be daunting. Well,
Welcome, everyone.
I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna pull this up.
Riftbound 101, a comprehensive guide on how to
Dang, this
get
is
started.
a 2-hour guide. What could possibly be in a 2-hour guide that wasn't in the 15-minute guide?
Playing Riftbound, we're starting from the scratch up, so it's great for beginners, but there's also a bunch of advanced things that I included right here, which may be good for other veterans as well. All these things from this presentation are adapted from the core rules published by Riot version 1.0. So let's get started. What is Riftbound? Riftbound is a TCG. You've probably heard of other TCGs such as Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh!, but Riftbound is unique in the sense that it's a game more about scoring battlefields rather than depleting your opponent's life points. It takes around 20 minutes to complete, and it has a variety of game modes, 1v1, 2v2, and free-for-all. We're mainly going to be focusing on 1v1 in this presentation. There is a disclaimer, though, that this video was created before the actual launch of Riftbound in both China and the English audience, so there might be changes that are made upon the actual launch of the game itself.
Be right back. Let me get something to drink.
Started. So here is our setup right here. It does look a bit crowded. However, we'll go over all of this slowly, step by step. So right here we have our legend slot. There's only one legend per deck. So what is a legend? A legend is basically these cards right here that have the legend symbol right next to it. And it has a color identity, which basically determines what cards can go into your deck. So for example, Jinx is red and purple. Ari here is green and blue. Teemo, blue, purple. Lee Sin, green, orange. And then Leona, green and yellow. And these domains, color identities, kind of dictate what the playstyle of your deck will be like and how you would actually build your deck. Next, we have our legend effect. Each legend has its unique legend effect, and that also kind of determines what playstyle your deck will be like. Moving on, we have our chosen champion. Our chosen champion is basically a champion unit that matches the legend name that we have. So for example, if we have our legend Jinx, our chosen champion must be a champion unit that has also the name Jinx. There might be multiple champion units that have the same name, but a different subclass. So we have a Jinx Rebel right here, and we have a Jinx Demolitionist right here. When we put one of these cards into our chosen champion zone, it's basically a card that we can play whenever we want when we have the resources to. If we want to play both of these champion units in our deck, we can only choose one to put in our chosen champion slot, but the other one can be put in our main deck where we might be able to draw and maybe use it. The advantage of putting it in our chosen champion slot is that we always have access to it when we want to. We don't need to rely on actually trying to draw it out. Another example right here, there's two different Jinxes. There's also two different champion Aries right here as well. Next, we'll move on to our rune deck, and it's basically going to be talking about some runes, which is how we generate resources in this game. So rune deck is made out of a white backing, and it consists of 12 runes that have the same color as your champion legend. So for example, if we have a Jinx legend right here that is red or purple, we can only use the red and purple runes. We cannot use a different colored rune, so we can't use something like a green rune, for example. You generate 2 additional runes per turn, and we'll get into that a bit more later. And the rune split can be any type of split. So for example, Jinx, which uses red and purple runes, can be a 6 red, 6 purple split, summing to 12, a 9 red, 3 purple split, also summing to 12, or just 12 red in general, or playing just the mono red deck. Again, runes are things that are used to generate resources, which are used to pay for the associated costs of cards. So looking at costs now, for right here we have a Jinx Rebel champion unit, or a unit right here. On the top left we have the number 5 right here, and that is its energy cost. On the bottom right here, that is its power cost. Some units may not have a power cost, take a note. So how is energy generated? Energy is generated by exhausting a rune, and exhausting in this case means tapping it and turning it 90 degrees sideways. Energy is not color dependent, so that means I can use purple or red runes to pay for my Jinx Rebel, even though are chosen. What is Riftbound? Riftbound is a TCG. You've probably heard of other TCGs such as Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh, but Riftbound is unique in the sense that it's a game more about scoring battlefields rather than depleting your opponent's life points. It takes around 20 minutes to complete, and it has a variety of game modes, 1v1, 2v2, and free-for-all. We're mainly going to be focusing on 1v1 in this presentation. There is a disclaimer, though, that this video was created before the actual launch of Riftbound in both China and the English audience, so there might be changes that are made upon the actual launch of the game itself. Let's get started. So here is our setup right here. It does look a bit crowded, however, we'll go over all of this slowly, step by step. So right here we have our legend slot. There's only one legend per deck. So what is a legend? A legend is basically these cards right here that have the legend symbol right next to it. And it has a color identity, which basically determines what cards can go into your deck. So for example, Jinx is red and purple, Ari here is green and blue, Teemo blue-purple, Lee Sin green-orange, and Leona green and yellow. And these domains, color identities, kind of dictate what the playstyle of your deck will be like and how you would actually build your deck. Next, we have our legend effect. Each legend has its unique legend effect, and that also kind of determines what playstyle your deck will be like. Moving on, we have our chosen champion. Our chosen champion is basically a champion unit that matches the legend name that we have. So for example, if we have our legend Jinx, our chosen champion must be a champion unit that has also the name Jinx. There might be multiple champion units that have the same name, but a different subclass. So we have a Jinx Rebel right here, and we have a Jinx Demolitionist right here. When we put one of these cards into our chosen champion zone, it's basically a card that we can play whenever we want when we have the resources to. If we want to play both of these champion units in our deck, we can only have Riftbound in both China and the English audience, so there might be changes that are made upon the actual launch of the game itself. Let's get started. So here is our setup right here. It does look a bit crowded, however, we'll go over all of this slowly, step by step. So right here we have our legend slot. There's only one legend per deck. So what is a legend? A legend is basically these cards right here that have the legend symbol right next to it, and it has a color identity, which basically determines what cards can go into your deck. So for example, Jinx is red.
Okay, so legend slot, legend. Legend determines what cards can be played. They dictate the colors.
And purple. Ari here is green and blue, Teemo blue-purple, Lee Sin green-orange, and Leona green and yellow. And these domains, color identities, kind of dictate what the playstyle of your deck will be like and how you would actually build your deck. Next, we have our legend effect. Each legend has its unique legend effect, and that also kind of determines what playstyle your deck will be like.
Okay, legend effect. Don't forget about the legend effect, because while I'm doing this and playing this like double-sided thing, I always forget the legend effect in the corner. I'm trying to do all caps, and I'm like screwing it up. Do not forget the legend effect.
Moving on, we have our chosen champion. Our chosen champion is basically a champion unit that matches the legend name that we have. So for example, if we have our legend Jinx, our chosen champion must be a champion unit that has also the name Jinx.
Must match the name of the legend.
There might be multiple champion units that have the same name, but a different subclass. So we have a Jinx Rebel right here, and we have a Jinx Demolitionist right here.
Only one champion unit is placed at the chosen champion zone. There may be multiple champion units that match the legend name. Choose one to put in the chosen champion zone and put the others in your deck. You can have multiple champions with the same name, but only one goes in champ slot. Others can go into your deck.
These cards into our chosen champion zone. It's basically a card that we can play whenever we want when we have the resources to. If we want to play both of these champion units in our deck, we can only choose one to put in our chosen champion.
So some champion units are going to say that those are like the champs that you use to reinforce your strategy.
Champion slot, but the other one can be put in our main deck where we might be able to draw and maybe use it. The advantage of putting it in our chosen champion slot is that we always have access to it when we want to. We don't need to rely on actually trying to draw it out. Another example right here, there's two different Jinx.
It kind of works like, or it seems it kind of works like, or both of them together kind of work like a commander in.
There's also two different champion Aries right here as well. Next, we'll move on to our rune deck, and it's basically going to be talking about some runes, which is how we generate resources in this game. So rune deck is made out of a white backing, and it consists of 12 runes that have the same color as your champion legend. So for example, if we have a Jinx legend right here that is red or purple, we can only use the red and purple runes. We cannot use different colored runes, so we can't use something like a green rune, for example. You generate 2 additional runes per turn, and we'll get into that a bit more later. And the rune split can be any type of split. So for example, Jinx, which uses red and purple runes, can be a 6 red 6 purple split, summing to 12, a 9 red 3 purple split, also summing to 12, or just 12 red in general, or playing just the mono red deck. Again, runes are things that are used to generate resources, which are used to pay for the associated costs of cards. So, looking at costs now, right here we have a Jinx Rebel champion unit, or a unit right here. On the top left, we have the number 5 right here, and that is its energy cost. On the bottom right here, that is its power cost. Some units
Any
may not
ratio.
have a power cost. Take a note.
Okay, wait. Let me not miss this part. This part is important here.
Summing to 12, a 9 red, 3 purple splits, also summing to 12, or just 12 red in general, or playing just the mono red deck. Again, runes are things that are used to generate resources, which are used to pay for the associated costs of cards. So, looking at costs now. For right here, we have a Jinx Rebel Champion unit, or a unit right here. On the top left, we have the number 5 right here, and that is its energy cost. On the bottom right here, that is its power cost. Some units may not have a power cost. Take a note. So how is energy generated? Energy is generated by exhausting a rune, and exhausting in this case means tapping it and turning it 90 degrees sideways. Energy is not color dependent, so that means I can use purple or red runes to pay for my Jinx Rebel. Even though Jinx Rebel is purple, I can also use red runes to pay for it. So for example right here, by tapping this rune, I generate 1 energy. Let's take a look at power. Power is generated by recycling a rune, and you can recycle both an active or exhausted rune.
Let me just write this down. Number is energy. Like, I remember most of this stuff, but like, I'm just gonna write it down to reinforce it in my head. That's why I'm just going through it. I'm just like, might as well go through a bunch of this, and I'll probably watch the rest of it tomorrow while I'm at work. If not, like, listen to the rest of it tonight, but while I'm going to bed or something. Number is energy, and then icon below is cost, is power cost. Power from recycling energy. Recycling runes. Active or exhausted. An active rune is a rune that is not exhausted, standing up. Power is color dependent. I must recycle a purple rune for a Jinx to generate a purple power. Got it. Power is that's kind of that one. That's obvious. Color. There's the other thing though, but power is color dependent. Purple for purple.
Rune. So an active rune would be standing up like such, and
Some legends have signature spells.
Power is color dependent. So right here, it requires a purple power right here. So I cannot recycle a red rune to generate a power cost to pay for this Jinx Rebel. What does recycling actually mean? Recycling means that we're going to be putting that card back to the bottom of our rune deck.
Recycle. bottom.
So for right here in this animation right here, I'm flipping my purple rune upside down, and I'm lifting up my rune deck right here and shoving it on the bottom, our rune deck. And we'll have 11 right here. Previously we had 10.
Now, what? Recycled one body rune. Oh, you just right click it. Okay. All right. How do I undo? Oh, okay. Oh, you can just press R. Okay. Nice. All right.
So let's go with an example of how to actually pay for this Jinx Rebel card. So it costs 5 energy and 1 purple chaos power. So first what we need to do is we need to tap 5 runes because it costs 5 energy. Tapping 5 runes will generate us 5 energy. The additional cost we need to pay is a purple power, so we need to recycle that. So we can recycle both an exhausted or an active rune. So we can use 1 rune for just making energy, and then we can recycle it to generate our power as well. We can shove that purple rune to the bottom of our rune deck right here, and we generate a purple power. And now I have the resources to pay for my purple Jinx right here. So let's go over some more examples to make this idea a bit more clear. So right here we have a cemetery attendant, this little doggy, and we want to play him. So he costs 3 energy and 1 purple power. So we need to tap 3 runes right here, and we also need to recycle a purple rune. In this animation, anything that becomes transparent will signify it being recycled. Another example right here, to pay this Watchful Sentry. Right here, he only costs 2 energy, he doesn't cost any power, so we just need to tap 2 runes. Right here is a Rebuke spell. It costs 2 energy and 2 purple power right here. So we need to tap 2. Ideally, we want to tap the ones that we're also going to recycle later. And we're going to recycle these 2 purples as well. Lastly, we have this other spell right here, Guerrilla Warfare. Costs 2 energy, and it has this blue and purple split as its power cost. So this means it can be either paid by a purple power or a blue power. So for example, right here, we tap 2 to pay for that 2 energy cost, and we recycle a purple to pay for its power cost. Or we can instead just tap 2 right here and recycle blue to pay for its power cost right here. Hope that makes a lot more sense. In Riftbound, there is also a mechanic called floating resources.
Okay,
so
floating.
I'll walk you through that.
Floating. That's what I needed to know too. Floating. I saw floating down there.
So right here, I want to play both a Rebuke spell, which costs 2 energy and 2 purple power, as well as a Watchful Sentry. I don't have to do them one by one, I can do them in a different order as well. So for example, I can first tap all 4 of my runes right here. So that generates me 4 energy. I don't have to do it 2 and 2, I can just tap it all 4 at once. And then I can recycle 2 of my purple runes and then use 2 of my floated energy because I tap 4. I can use 2 out of the 4 to pay and play my Rebuke alongside with the recycled purple power. Next, I can then use the remaining 2 floated energy that I tapped earlier in step 1 to just pay for that Watchful Sentry right here. Let's go for another example right here.
What do we... Wait. 2... and 2... because you're playing both of those, so you tap 4. and then, but there's a floating energy thing at the bottom of the screen down here, that's different.
So right here, I want to play a Seal of Insight, which costs 0 energy and 1 blue power, and I also want to play a Watchful Sentry. So what I can do right here is to first tap one of my runes, and then I can recycle the blue rune to pay for my Seal of Insight. Because I tapped this rune earlier before recycling, I generated a energy floated. And I can use that energy to pay for something else. If, for example, I just recycled this blue rune without tapping it, that means I never actually generated
Oh, I get it. Okay, now I know what this is for. So, he basically is saying, like, if you tap an energy to pay to use it as a power, right? And you go, boom, you tap the energy first, and then you recycle and you float it. Now you have the 1 energy, and but you should also have the power, right? So floated energy.
And I basically lost an energy. Lastly, we can then use that 1 floated energy alongside tapping another energy to pay for my second Watchful Sentry right here. Again, if I didn't tap this blue rune before recycling it, I would also have to tap this purple rune right here to pay for my Watchful Sentry. Okay, moving on to the next thing. Okay. We have our main deck right now.
I think I get it.
So our main deck is made of this blue backing right here, and it contains 40 cards. One of these cards will be placed in your chosen champion slot, so you would choose one of them. So you choose one of the jinxes to put in your chosen champion slot. So that means...
Okay, your main deck. Main deck. Main deck. $40 cards. Not including your legend. Not including your legend, right?
Our total cards in our main deck will be 40 minus 1. So you would actually have 39 cards in a pile of your main deck. So the main deck consists of a bunch of different cards. It consists of spells, gears, units, champion units, and we'll go over that later. You can also use other champion units that do not match your legend. So if my legend is Jinx right here, I can also include Darius champion unit in my main deck as well. Okay, moving on. We'll move on to our little trash pile. Basically our graveyard, so whenever units are killed, they enter our little trash pile, as well as whenever spells are used, they also enter our trash pile. Trash pile is fully visible, so if your opponent asks, they are able to scour through it, and you can also scour through it as well. So the next topic we'll be introducing is the hand. So the hand are basically cards that you draw and cards that are only visible to you and not to your opponent. And when we play units, or champion units from our hand, they are played to our base right here. So if I want to play this Traveling Merchant, for example, I would have to play it to my base from my hand. And units that are played from my hand come in exhausted because they have Summoning Sickness, and they can't move on the turn that they're summoned. So to signify that, we tap the card sideways. So
units come in exhausted to your base.
spells, gears, units, champion units, and we'll go over that later. You can also use other champion units that do not match your legend. So if my legend is Jinx right here, I can also include Darius champion unit in my main deck as well. Okay, moving on. We'll move on to our little trash pile. Basically our graveyard, so whenever units are killed, they enter our little trash pile, as well as whenever spells are used, they also enter our trash pile. Trash pile is fully visible, so if your opponent asks, they are able to scour through it, and you can also scour through it as well. So the next topic we'll be introducing is the hand. So the hand are basically cards that you draw and cards that are only visible to you and not to your opponent. And when we play units, or champion units from our hand, they are played to our base right here. So if I want to play this Traveling Merchant, for example, I would have to play it to my base from my hand. And units that are played from my hand come in exhausted because they have Summoning Sickness, and they can't move on the turn that they're summoned. So to signify that, we tap the card sideways. So any of our units that die for any reason, killed by a spell, killed in combat, will enter our trash pile right here. Gears, on the other hand, when played from hand, they also go into our base. They can't move towards battlefields where units can, and they come into our base already readied, so they're not sideways. So that means they can be used on the turn they are played. Spells, on the other hand, when they're played from hand and paid for their cost, even if they resolve or do not resolve, they will enter the trash after they are played. There are also some cards that have discarding effects, and any discarded cards will enter the trash pile. So Chemtech Enforcer right here says, when you play me, discard 1. So if I'm to play Chemtech Enforcer to base, I will have to discard Traveling Merchant. So I play it to base, and because it's a unit, it will come in exhausted. And in response for playing the Chemtech Enforcer, a Traveling Merchant will enter trash. Next, we'll move on to the battlefields. So battlefields are basically locations where you try to contest against your opponents in order to score points. And each battlefield has some unique facts that change the way how you approach the game. So in a 1v1 game, there will be 2 battlefields that are in play, and in a 2v2 game or a free-for-all game, there will be 3 battlefields in play simultaneously. Battlefields are marked by this battlefield icon right here on the card. Don't worry about the effects too much if you don't really understand them right now. For when we go through the presentation, you should be able to understand what these effects mean. Moving forward, we'll have some movements. Active units may issue standard movement. A unit is active if it is not exhausted or tapped. So our Chemtech Enforcer is vertical, so it's active, where our little doggy, our Cemetery Attendant, is sideways, so it's not active. And as a cost to move, our active unit is exhausted or tapped. If we want to move our Chemtech Enforcer to Battlefield A, we can move him, but we also need to exhaust him.
Wrong card.
From this animation right here, we can also see that we can move from battlefield back to base, as long as our unit in the battlefield was previously in an active state. Normally, units cannot move from battlefield to battlefield, so normally a unit cannot move from battlefield B to battlefield A unless they had a special keyword, and that keyword is ganking. So Vi has the keyword of ganking, so it's able to move from battlefield B to battlefield A. Otherwise, if it doesn't have a keyword, or unless it's otherwise stated, it normally cannot, unit cannot move from battlefield to battlefield. You can also move multiple units through standard movement simultaneously. So if I want to move all my units to battlefield A to maybe attack or contest something, I can move all of them at once. So in this animation shown right here, our Legion Rearguard and our Cemetery Attendant move from base to Battlefield A, and our Vi move from Battlefield B to Battlefield A. But note, when you're moving multiple units, they need to have the same final destination. So you can't have Legion Rearguard move to Battlefield A, simultaneously Cemetery Attendant moving to Battlefield B.
Okay.
Alright, let's see what's next. We have our point system next. So our point system right here is basically how we win the game. So in a standard 1v1 or a free-for-all game, it goes up to 8 points. In a 2v2 game, it goes up to 11. And whoever reaches the point total first will win the game. Again, there are exceptions. There is this battlefield right here called Aspirant's Climb, which increases the points needed to win the game by 1. So in 1v1, it would be 9 points, and 2v2 would be 12. And then there's also other ways to win the game. There's this battlefield right here called Grand Plaza. It says when you hold here, if you have 7+ units here, you win the game. It's actually pretty hard to achieve. But mainly you'll be winning through scoring points. And you can score points by mainly conquering or holding battlefields, which we will discuss later. But there are also other means right here by other cards, such as Yasuo. When he moves 3 times in a single turn, you get a point. And Tryndamere right here, when he assigns excess damage, you also score a point from a Conqueror. The last point is harder to score, and we'll talk about this more later. So scoring points from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 have the same rules. There's less restrictions, but scoring the 8th point has a few restrictions.
Whoa.
Win the game. It's actually pretty hard to achieve. But mainly you'll be winning through scoring points. And you can score points by mainly conquering or holding battlefields, which we will discuss later. But there are also other means right here by other...
The third time I move in a turn, you score 1 point. When I conquer after an attack, if you assign 5 or more excess damage to enemy units, you score 1 point.
Other cards, such as Yasuo, when he moves 3 times in a single turn, you get a point. And Tryndamere right here, when he assigns excess damage, you also score a point from a Conqueror. The last point is harder to score, and we'll talk about this more later. So scoring points from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 have the same rules. There's less restrictions, but scoring the 8th point has a few restrictions. So how do we score points? So we have conquering. So what does conquering mean? Conquering means that we successfully enter a battlefield without being killed, and by spells, effects, or enemy units. So if my Legion Rearguard moves to Zon Wardens this battlefield and it doesn't get nuked by a spell, then I successfully conquer Zon Wardens, and I will get a point right here. If I move my Cemetery Attendant right here to Battlefield A, which also has an enemy unit right here, we will start a showdown, a combat showdown. If I win this showdown right here, I will also conquer this battlefield. So if my Cemetery Attendant is able to kill their unit, then I will also gain a point. So another way to score a point is through holding. Holding means that you successfully enter a battlefield, your opponent does nothing on their turn to remove that unit, and at the start of your next turn, you will immediately get a point at your beginning phase. So for example right here, we
gain a point in the beginning phase. Stay at battlefield for a turn without getting removed. That's what I was saying. I was like, it didn't seem right that you earn a... I mean, I guess... Maybe it changed. Maybe the rules changed.
So how do we score?
Scoring. July 16th, 2026. Core rules. Card text supersedes rules text. Whenever a card fundamentally contradicts the rules, the card's indication is what is true. Silver rule, golden rule, silver rule. Card text uses different terminology than rules. Card text should be interpreted according to the rules, not as though it were text within these rules. Card text should be interpreted according to these rules. When written in card effects is shorthand for main deck card. Game concepts, points, scoring. Players win Riftbound games primarily through gaining points. Players can gain points in a number of ways. Holding a battlefield. See rule. Conquering a battlefield. Oh, okay. Conquering and holding. Two different things. What does it say? 467? Scoring. Scoring is the act of a player gaining points through the process of seizing or maintaining control over battlefields. Every instance of scoring is also an instance of gaining points. Player scores conquer. A player gains control of a battlefield they did not yet score this turn. In modes of play with teammates, battlefields under the control of a teammate during the scoring step of the beginning phase of a player's turn also disqualify from being scored through conquer by any means by that player's team. A player will gain control of a battlefield after establishing control. Conquering. Conquer. A player gains control of a battlefield they did not yet score this turn. A player maintains control of a battlefield they did not yet score this turn during their beginning phase. Okay, so when you conquer, you still get point. Okay. All right. Just had to clarify, you know?
Score points. So we have conquering. So what does conquering mean? Conquering means that we successfully enter a battlefield without being killed, and by spells, effects, or enemy units. So if my Legion Rearguard moves to Zon Wardens this battlefield and it doesn't get nuked by a spell, then I successfully conquer Zon Wardens, and I will get a point right here. If I move my Cemetery Attendant right here to Battlefield A, which also has an enemy unit right here, we will start a showdown, a combat showdown. If I win this showdown right here, I will also conquer this battlefield. So if my Cemetery Attendant is able to kill their unit, then I will also gain a point. So another way to score a point is through holding. Holding means that you successfully enter a battlefield, your opponent does nothing on their turn to remove that unit, and at the start of your next turn, you will immediately get a point at your beginning phase. So for example, right here, we have our Legion Rearguard. He moves to Battlefield B, right here, and he gets a point for conquering Battlefield B. Our opponent does nothing on their turn, really. They move a unit to Battlefield A and conquer it, but they don't move any units to Battlefield B to try and contest my Legion Rearguard, nor do they play any spells to try and remove it. Hence, on the start of my next turn right here, I will have held Battlefield B and gained a point. There are also other rules stating that once you have conquered or held a battlefield, you cannot reconquer or rehold it. So for example, right here, my Legion Rearguard moves to Battlefield B, I get a point for conquering it. However, if I move my Noxus Hopeful here again, on the same turn I move Legion Rearguard, I will not be getting another point for conquering. Another example right here, I own this very strong Volibear right here on Battlefield A, and on this battlefield it says right here, when you hold here, play a 1 might recruit unit token in your base exhausted. So I've held this battlefield right here, I gain a point, and I get a little recruit token that is exhausted right here. And I attempt to move Legion Rearguard on the same turn that I've held this battlefield onto Battlefield A. I've basically just moved Legion Rearguard, I am not reconquering Battlefield A, and I will not be getting my second point for moving Legion Rearguard right there. However, if I instead move Legion Rearguard to Battlefield B, and it does not get removed, I will be conquering Battlefield B instead. So the essential point right here is you can really only score 1 point per battlefield per turn, either by holding or by conquering. So now we're going to be talking about our final points. So we've gotten points up to 7 so far, and we just need our 8th point. A condition for the final point is that you cannot score your final point by a single conquer. So right here we have our Noxus Hopeful right here. He has 4 mites, and I want to send him to this battlefield here, Battlefield A right here, in which I will win the trade. So I move him right here. We fight, and then the opponent unit dies. However, I do not get my 8th point. Normally, if this was not my 8th point, I would get a point for conquering. However, since this is me attempting to score my 8th point, which is the final point, I will instead draw a card instead. This card draw might potentially help me in securing my final point. To actually score the final point, you need to score by any other means rather than a single conquer. And that means you can score your final point by holding a battlefield. So if you're at 7 and you hold on your next turn, you can get to 8 right away. Or you can score on both battlefields on the same turn by means of both holding or conquering. So for example, right here, I've held this battlefield right here, I get my 7th point. And then I move a unit right here and conquer this other battlefield right here, giving me my 8th point, because I have scored both battlefields on the same turn, one from holding and one from conquering. There might be other scoring effects that also contribute to being able to help you score your 8th point. We've seen some of these before. Yasuo right here, if you move 3 times.
Okay. Winning 8th point. Any means not score your final point by a single conquer. By any other means of scoring or holding one battlefield and conquering the second one.
Score a point, and Ari, when I hold, you score 1 point. So basically, when Ari is holding, she scores 2 points for holding instead of 1. You can also gain your final point by being chosen from an opponent's burnout. So let's walk through what a burnout is. Burnout is basically when you attempt to interact with your main deck, but your main deck is empty. So if you're attempting to draw a card, or looking at or revealing cards from your main deck, putting cards from your main deck to trash, and you're unable to do so because your main deck is empty, then you will need to perform a burnout. To perform a burnout, you will need to shuffle your trash back into your main deck. So basically in this game, you'll never run out of cards, you'll just burn out. But normally you...
I'll choose an opponent to gain 1 point. Oh. Shuffle your trash. Back into your deck and give
you don't burn out unless you're a very cycle heavy deck. So right here, we'll shuffle our trash, sift that all into our little main deck right here. And then we will also have to choose an opponent to gain 1 point. So if you're in a 1v1, obviously there's only one choice, but free-for-all, there are additional choices. And then after you shuffle your cards in your main deck, you're then able to perform the action that you previously could not have done, such as drawing a card right here. So now we'll go over some combat basics. So right here on the top right corner, we have our might value. And a unit's might is kind of equal to its attacking power as well as its health. So pretend we have a unit on a battlefield right here. For simplicity's sake, I will use this little icon to symbolize a battlefield to make things less cluttered. So you are in control of a battlefield if you have successfully conquered it or held it, and you maintain control of the battlefield that is being contested by an enemy unit. So right here, we have our little Clockwork Keeper enemy unit that is attacking our battlefield right here. In this case, the attacker is the Clockwork Keeper, and the defender is us, this Noxus Hopeful right here. We still have control of this battlefield until the attacker takes over this battlefield, if it's able to. On the flip side right here, if the Clockwork Keeper was flat stuck into this battlefield right here, and we attempt to attack it, then now we're the attacker, and the defender is the Clockwork Keeper. This attacker and defender thing is quite relevant in this game because there are effects that reference attacking and defending. Okay, next, assigning combat damage. So right here, our enemy Clockwork Keeper has 2 might, and essentially it has 2 attack and 2 health. Opposingly, our unit right here, our Noxus Hopeful, is 4 might, 4 attack, 4 health-ish. So our Noxus Hopeful is able to swing and assign 4 combat damage to the opposing Clockwork Keeper, while in return, the Clockwork Keeper is only able to assign 2 damage because it only has 2 might to us. So when we resolve that combat damage right here, because the damage on Clockwork Keeper, that 4 damage that was on Clockwork Keeper, equals or exceeds its might of 2, 4 is bigger than 2, it is killed from combat damage, while we'll receive 2 damage right here. So basically our health decreases to 2. At the end of a combat, or at the end of a player's turn, we heal back to our full might value. So that 2 damage that Clockwork Keeper did to us is now healed back to 4, which is
Okay.
Is equal to our might right here. So a tip for this game is if you know that you're unable to win a trade, there is no point of actually sending that unit there, because any damage that it deals, it will be removed at the end of combat or at the end of a player's turn. So right here, because I was attacking that Clockwork Keeper, they were defending, and my Noxus Hopeful has successfully survived combat, we will gain a point for conquering, because our Noxus Hopeful went in, it survived combat, and it is now in control of this battlefield right here. Here is another example right here for splitting damage. Right now, we are attacking, they are defending. Since we moved into the battlefield, they were on the battlefield before we moved in. My unit right here has 2 mights, and they have a Cytherea right here that has 1 might, and a Clockwork Keeper that has 2 might. However, this card right here, it says Assault 2. +2, this symbol is for might right here. It says +2 might while I'm an attacker. So because I am attacking, I will get this +2 might. So in total, I have 4 might, which means that I essentially have 4 attack and 4 health. So I can now split that combat damage. They don't have a choice because I only have 1 unit here, so they'll assign 2 damage here and 1 damage to my Chemtech Enforcer, so my health will drop back down to 1. However, I have a choice because there are 2 different units, and I will assign 2 damage to Clockwork Keeper and 2 damage to Cytherea Cloudfield, since I have 4.
When attacking with 1 unit into 2 plus units, you can... We can split the 4 attack into 2. Okay.
Or to assign, and they will perish because, again, the damage equals or exceeds the might value that they have. So again, the sum total might of your units may be split amongst enemy units assigned as combat damage. So if I had another unit on top of Chemtech Enforcer, I can also split their damage as well. So another rule about splitting damage is that you must assign lethal combat damage to a unit before assigning combat damage to another unit. In this example right here, we have our Noxus Hopeful as 4 might, and the 2 enemy.
Okay.
Me units right here each have 3 might each. So I can assign 4 combat damage split between these 2 units right here. While they only have 1 choice, they'll assign 3 and 3 is 6 to me. Like so. So I can't be assigning 2 combat damage to Eager Apprentice and then 2 combat damage to Dangerous Duo, because that is not assigning lethal damage to 1 unit first. So first I need to assign 3 combat damage to Eager Apprentice, and then I can assign my 1 remaining combat damage to Dangerous Duo, right? So Eager Apprentice will perish, as well as my Noxus Hopeful will be killed as well. But for this Dangerous Duo right here, although it had 1 combat damage assigned to it, it didn't die from it because its might 3 is greater than 1, and hence will heal back to full after combat. So heal back to 3. Another example right here about reducing might. So we have this card right here, Stupefy. It says give 1 unit -1 might this turn to a minimum of 1 might. So if the red player, the defending player, casts Stupefy on Noxus Hopeful, it will reduce Noxus Hopeful might by 1. So if the might is reduced, 4 minus 1 equals 3, its attack and health is essentially reduced as well. So since both units' mights are equal, they will trade with one another. So Eager Apprentice might is 3, and effectively our Noxus Hopeful might is now 3 for this turn. And when they combat each other, 3 damage here and 3 damage here, they will both perish. If we're attacking with Noxus Hopeful, because our Noxus Hopeful did not survive, we do not score a point for conquering. So important thing to note is that damage does not actually reduce might. For example, if this red player, the defender, casts this spell called Disintegrate right here, it says deal 3 to a unit at a battlefield. We're both at a battlefield, and it can target our Noxus Hopeful right here. So if that successfully resolves, then our health will be 4 minus 3, which equals 1 health right here. Take a note that our might is not reduced by this spell right here. This spell does not say it reduces might, it says it deals damage. So hence, we still have 4 attacking power right here. And when combat begins, they will strike each other. I will deal 4 damage to Eager Apprentice, that will kill it. Eager Apprentice will do 3 damage to me. However, I lost 3 health from the Disintegrate spell, so I will also perish. And this is possible because units do not heal if they are not killed by a spell. Recall, units only heal after a showdown, whether that's a combat showdown or a non-combat showdown, or at the end of a player's turn. And in this case, both of them will trade. So another very important concept to understand in this game is called reinforcement. So you are in control again of a battlefield where you've successfully conquered or held it, and then you maintain control of that battlefield if it's being contested by an opponent. So if you have control of a battlefield, you may play units from your hand to battlefields which you control. So for example, I have this little card right here in my hand, this little Jinx card right here. Normally, I have to play this Jinx unit to my base, but because I've held control of this battlefield right here with Noxus Hopeful, I can instead play my Jinx onto this battlefield instead, rather than first playing it to base and then having to wait a turn for it to move onto the battlefield right here. And in this way, reinforcement helps you hold battlefields. A large part of this game is chains, and if you've ever played Legends of Runeterra, you can see sometimes a list of spells and abilities just stacking upon one another and then resolving. Riftbound kind of has a similar thing like this, but it is a bit different, so we'll go over this in quite a bit of depth. So the main thing to note is that triggers, abilities, and spells on a chain resolve from top to bottom, so if they are played last, they resolve first. So for example, right here, we have this little doggo right here, Cemetery Attendant, that I control, and my opponent right here casts a Disintegrate onto my little doggo. Pretend this doggo was on a battlefield. This says deal 3 to the battlefield. If this kills it, draw 1. However, I want to save my little doggo, so I will cast a spell called Discipline right here. It says give a unit +2 might this turn, draw 1 card. This Discipline right here is on the top of the stack, followed by Disintegrate. So Discipline is on top of Disintegrate, so Discipline will resolve first. Play order is Disintegrate and then Discipline, but the resolution order is opposite of it. So it's Discipline and then Disintegrate. So first, my Discipline will resolve. I will gain 2 might to my little doggo right here, so he'll have 5 might in total. And then Disintegrate resolves. So Disintegrate will deal 3 damage to my little doggo right here. So 5 minus 3 equals 2. So my little doggo survives. And that also denies the draw from the opponent because they are unable to kill my doggo with the spell. So you can see how spells and chains are really useful in this game for getting an advantage over your opponent. So let's move on to a more complex example. So right here, red player is sending their first mate to attack my defender, my Eager Apprentice, right here on a battlefield. They have a Sona with 4 might in their base right here. Because they sent an attacker in, it starts a combat showdown. And Nyx, because they are their attacker, they have priority, so they cast the spell Challenge right here. It says choose a friendly unit and an enemy unit. They deal damage equal to their mights to one another. So they choose a Sona and my Eager Apprentice right here. So if they do strike, my Eager Apprentice will die because that's 3 might compared to the opponent's 4, where my opponent's Sona will survive on 1 HP. And hence, because they want this to resolve like this way, they'll pass priority and hopefully wanting me to pass so it can actually resolve. Once they pass priority to me, I don't want my Eager Apprentice to die. So I will decide to play 2 reaction spells on top of that. So I play 2 Stupefies, one on top of another. So when I have priority on my turn, I can play as much as I want before passing to the opponent. So right here, Stupefy says, again, give a unit -1 might this turn to a minimum of 1 might, draw 1. So I target both of these to the Sona right here. It resolves.
It's 5 a.m. Wait, where are you getting CCG? For me, it's only 2 o'clock in the morning. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm probably getting ready to get off soon. But this is whatchamacallit. I keep wanting to call it Runeterra because it's from League of Legends, but it's not Runeterra. It's sets. No, back. Riftbound. Riftbound is what it's called. So you can, I mean, if you try and learn Riftbound, let me know, because I'm just now learning Riftbound today. There's only 4 sets of Riftbound out, like physical. This is League of Legends physical card game. I'm probably gonna get some cards to collect them, but like I'm trying to get my Pokemon card TCG stuff in order and all into my my whatchamacallit, into my my collector app and stuff. But like I'm also interested in some other TCGs, but I've been interested in Riftbound, but I just have never taken the time to learn it. So in the midst of waiting for Marvel Tokon to come out, I've been just doing some random stuff, and I decided to learn Riftbound today. So on Rift Atlas, if you want to play the game, you can play and build your decks and play and stuff on riftatlas.com. I thought it was TCG Arena, but you can do that. You can do it on there too. But I think everybody that's playing this game online is using riftatlas.com. So that's what I'm using. And this is what I'm using to learn the game. So like I'm basically just playing 2 decks against each other, and I'm also just kind of learning the intricate details. There's like a shorter 15-minute thing to teach you the game that I watched earlier today, and then now I'm just like, I was going through the game and like messing around with it with 2 decks, just playing both sides. And then I was like, well, let me click on this video, and this video is long. This video is like, how long is this video? This video is 2 hours long, but I've just been kind of going through it and just kind of listening and taking some notes on like very specific things about like how certain stuff works, like how the chains work and how like reactions work and how scoring points work in this game. So like the way you win at a Riftbound is you hold battlefields. So right here are battlefields. In the beginning of the game, like you in your deck you have, I think, 3 to 4 battlefields or something that you can choose from, and you choose one at the beginning of the match, and you put it down in one of these 2 spots. Your opponent puts theirs in the other spot, and you win by getting 8 points. I don't know why it let me click that. You win by getting 8 points, and to get points, you just have to conquer a battlefield, which means that you put one of your units on the battlefield, and if nothing else is there and they don't stop it from being there, you score a point. If you hold a battlefield, so like let's say for instance I put my unit on this battlefield and then I end my turn, and then they end their turn without getting rid of this or contesting this, then I will actually, if they can't contest it and they can't get this off of here by like playing combat or whatever and getting off of there, try to contest it and get my unit off of it. If they can't get my unit off of it and it comes back to my turn and I'm still here with my unit, then I still score another point. So like if you hold 2 battlefields, you're gonna score 2 points. If you conquer a battlefield because like maybe this got killed and then you reconquer the battlefield with another unit while you don't have anything here, you score a point. And then there are other effects that some units have that allow you to score points other ways. So basically you want to score 8 points, and if you're doing 1v1, and if you're playing 2v2, which is another way you can play the game, and you can play free for all, like I guess kind of like Commander, Magic the Gathering Commander, you go to 12 points instead of 8, or excuse me, 11 points instead of 8, and then there's like another card that makes you have to win by 1 more point or something like that. But yeah, no, this is nothing. This is not like Runeterra at all, like because of the way that it's played. It's played completely differently from Runeterra. That's what I thought it was going to be. I thought they just took Runeterra and made it a real game, but Runeterra is clearly, it's played differently, but this game is played much differently than Runeterra is. So like it's not like how a lot of the other ones are, where you're attacking someone's life points or you're attacking like something to whittle it down until you win. You're basically just trying to hold these battlefields, and the person that holds the battlefields for the longest and for the most, and they get to 8 points first, they win. So apparently the game takes about, they said that the game takes about like 20 minutes to play, but that's if you know what you're doing. So I assume that it would probably take a little bit longer if you're just learning the game like I am. It's just an auto battler. So like with combat in this game, let's say for instance this person puts this here, right? It goes by this number in the corner, right? This number in the corner, the black number in the corner, not the black number, but the number on the right hand side corner. That is your might, and the might in this game is the attack and the life of the card. So it's if it's a 4, it means it has 4 attack and 4 life. So, and it also means, it doesn't mean that if your life goes down, your attack goes down. That's not the case. It's just that they use the same number for the attack and the health. Oh, this is super new development in 2023. Yeah, this game only has 4 sets out. I was gonna buy some when it first came out, and I just didn't do it, which was a mistake. I should have bought at least like 1 or 2 booster boxes when it first came out. But I didn't think, like, I don't know, man. I didn't think it was gonna be anything. But a lot of people are playing this game now, and apparently it's growing and growing and growing. So collector. Go to sets, Riftbound. So these are, it's Origin, Spirit Forge, Unleashed, and Vendetta. And Vendetta just came out the 30th of July. Like, so literally last week. It came out last Thursday. Apparently they're supposed to reprint Origins. I heard someone in my chat said they're supposed to reprint Origins. So do you need pencil and paper? Would you need? I don't think you need pencil and paper for this. I don't think you need pencil and paper for this. I do like I was interested in learning it for a while, but I still might get some of these because I can get them off of Amazon. I bought some. I literally just recently, like a few minutes ago, like probably like an hour ago, like an hour ago, I bought a what's the name, a Spirit Forged. Cards only. I bought a champion deck. I bought Fiora's champion deck, and I bought one booster of Spirit Forged. But the booster I bought was $10 less. It wasn't $29. And this one was, I think this one was a little more that I bought. But I bought it because I was like, let me get my hands on some of it. Let me get my hands on some of these cards. So I bought me a little deck. And I'm just gonna have that for right now, and then I'm going to probably buy some more packs and stuff like that. Maybe next week. Maybe next week I buy some Vendetta. It's not too expensive right now. Origins is pretty expensive, but it's not too expensive right now because I guess because it's a newer game. But there are some cards that people are winning. There's some weird thing that they're doing with the tournaments and stuff for this game. So I heard that I was watching Mega Mogwai's video about this this game, and apparently they do something where they have like the best of, so it encourages people to play different champions and not just play the absolute top meta champions. But they'll give you, if you're the best of your champion, they'll give you like a signature card or something like that. And the card is worth a lot of money because it's like the only one, and you have to get it through playing in a tournament. So, and you have to be the best of your champion. So like, say for instance, the best champion in the game is Irelia, right? Let's say she's the best champion in the game and everybody wants to play Irelia because she's the best. But if you play other champions and you're the best Blitzcrank or whatever, right? Let's just say you're the best Blitzcrank. I don't even know if Blitzcrank is a card right now, but you're the best Blitzcrank in the world. You, even though you didn't, I guess, win the tournament, or you didn't win, whatever it was that you were attending, if you are the best of that champion, you still get this card or something, and then like that card is worth a lot, and you either keep that card, for a long time, or you sell that card and you make a bunch of money. So, is Shyvana in the game yet? Let's see. I want to play Kaisa because she just looks cool, and I've always thought she was cool in the game. Oh wait, let me come outside of Spirit Forge. Just do Riftbound. Search. No sets. No, I can't search it that way. Can I just, let me just search. Can I just want to search, find a product. I don't think she's in the game yet. She might not be here. Let me see if I type Kaisa. Wait. Jesus. This got to be a proxy, right? No, maybe not. I think Volibear is in the game. I wish I could just search. Let me see if I can search it here. Yeah, where how sets search by sets. I don't want to search by sets. Oh yeah, here's Volibear. You got Volibear in Origins. Then it looks like he's just in Origins. So Furious alternate art, $3. So you need in this game, you need a legend, and then you need at least one champion card that matches the legend card to play. So like right here, can you see this down here? So yeah, so down here, this is the legend card. The legend card dictates what you can play. So like the legend card has red and orange, right? And that means that you're gonna be playing with red and orange mana, and you're gonna be playing with red and orange cards. And then you have a champion unit that matches the name of the legend that you put in this. This is your chosen champion. So you can have other champion cards, like there's a Darius in this deck. You can have other champion cards, but you need at least one that matches the name of the legend to put in this slot. And you can have multiples of this, and you can have like maybe, I think you have 2 others. You can have 3 copies of a card. So you can have 2 of these others, but they are just going to be in your deck, and then the one goes here. So you're going to have a Volibear legend, and then you're going to have a Volibear champion card or cards. And you can run like if you wanted to, you could run all the Volibear cards that are all the champion unit cards in your deck. You just have to choose one at the beginning of the game to put in your champion slot. Not yet, but Shyvana is officially confirmed to arrive in the Reckoning, the 7th expansion for Riftbound, which is scheduled for release April 30th, 2027. The set will also include dedicated champion decks for Shyvana. Okay. Shyvana is cool. Shyvana is definitely cool. I need to start. I need to get in now. Since this game is fairly new, I need to get into collecting this now. Because like all the other stuff that I have, I haven't really bought a lot of cards for like collecting with my own money, because my wife works for TPCI. So she works for Pokemon. So all of my Pokemon cards that I have right now are from her. I get gifted all of the booster boxes. So every time they come out with a set, we usually get like a booster box. If not a booster box, it's usually a booster box. Sometimes it's just like a ETB and like maybe a trainer, like a ETB and like a maybe a build and battle deck or whatever. Sometimes, but most of the time it's a booster box, 36 packs of whatever set that just released. So the next set, the one that just released, I think when did Pitch Black, but that one I think we're getting soon. So, but I do like I like having this giant collection, but then like knowing all of the stuff that I have and what it's worth, I'm like, yo, I might as well start collecting some other stuff too. So Riftbound is new, and it's already a lot of people are getting into it. and a lot of people are playing it, and it's getting to be big, and it's getting to be not easy to get stuff. So I'm like, I need to get my hands on some Riftbound, and I should have. Man, I knew I should. Like, I should have bought it when I was going to. When Riftbound first came out and like Origins came out, I saw it on Amazon, and I was like, maybe I should get it. But at the time, I wasn't really thinking about TCG a whole lot. Like, I have a lot of Pokemon cards, but I wasn't really thinking about it because I was like, if I want to play it, I don't have nobody to play with. But now I can play the game on here, and I'm trying to learn the game well enough so that I can go on here and just play people. And maybe, you know, I do this on the side and just play this game and have some fun playing this game and seeing what decks I like and stuff like that. And maybe posting some content for Riftbound on my other channel on YouTube for TCG that I made and haven't really posted a lot on. So you're gonna need a room for collects. Tell me about it, bro. Like, I need to clean up my room, but like I have this one bookshelf. This one bookshelf here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, do I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? No, 9 booster boxes up here, and then I have these ETBs. There's 4 of them right here, and then right here is a bunch of build and battle decks. Some of them I've opened, some of them are sealed, but I'm gonna probably open them. And then some of this other stuff I want to open. Take some of the sound pressure off the wall and turn it into place sit your cards. Maybe, but like, I don't know how much I can like drill into the wall. Like, this stuff is stuck to the wall with these like small sticky things that, God willing, it won't tear all the paint off the wall, but I don't think it will. I don't think it'll tear all the paint off the wall. They were specifically made. I think I can just roll my finger on it and it'll roll the things off. So I just have to be careful when I take all, because I have like all this sound compression and stuff. I mean, but then again, I could probably go over the top of it. Like, I could do it some type of way. Some type of way. I could figure it out. Why do you have so many? Do you record in here too? Yeah, I mean, I stream in here. I record videos and stuff in here. So when I first did it, it was kind of echoey in here because like there was big wide open space, and it just sounded really echoey when I was talking, and I didn't want it to sound that way. So I was like, all right, let me get a bunch of stuff, because at first I didn't have a lot of this stuff in here to like break up the sound. So when I first moved in, I just kind of put the sound compression on the wall, and that's pretty much all that was there. Like there was no the TV. There was no TV back here. There was no like. I have like a desk, like a little table that I built over here. Like, there's a bunch of stuff in this room now. But yeah, when I first moved in here, it was very, very, very echoey. Where's my... Oh. I had to plug in my... iPad. Well, yeah, it's like, yeah, loud sounds. It's just my voice, like, projecting around in the room. just sounded weird. It didn't sound like that when I was at my old apartment in Philly, but at the old apartment in Philly, there was a bunch of stuff. I was in the living room, and there was just a bunch of stuff in the living room to break up the sound. And here, there wasn't all that. Like, I didn't have like a couch. I didn't have all this other stuff. It was literally just the desk, and then there was like walls. It was just the desk and walls. There was nothing else in here. But then over time, over the years, now there's too much stuff in here. So like I want to clean up the room and like get it back to what it was when I first moved in, where there wasn't a whole bunch of bullshit everywhere. Let me see. How would you play me Battlefield attacker? I need to stop being cheap. I spend almost 50% of my time on Twitch. You just spill out the $15.99 and suck it up. I mean, yeah, you could, or you could just if you have a Twitch Prime, just use the Twitch Prime on my channel, and you won't get ads anymore. I stream almost every day. I mean, I also don't really pay for do I pay for? I think I do pay for Twitch Turbo. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure I pay for Twitch Turbo. I think. If not, I don't know, because either that or I just don't pay any attention to the ads that pop up. Because I think the way I have my thing set up, it shouldn't do pre-rolls. Like when you first come into my stream, I don't think you get an ad. If you do, let me know. But I don't think you get an ad when you first drop into my stream. I'm also streaming on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. I think you have to make that I think you have to make it one of your badges, because I have a Prime thing, I have the 99-month subscriber thing, which is my icon, and then I have the broadcaster icon, which shows that this is the person who's broadcasting. So but I like this. I think my friend George, I think he wants to learn Riftbound. I'm not sure if this is the right time for him to learn Riftbound, because he's deep in the Avatar right now. Last question: I do have a Prime, and you said do it for your channel. Oh yeah. If you want to use your Prime on my channel, go right ahead. Your Twitch Prime, use it right here. Yeah, I think you get a free if you have Amazon Prime and it's linked to your. I mean, it is. You have the thing next to your name, but like, you get a free Prime sub every month. So like every month, if you don't use it on anybody else, and you do remember that you have it each month, just drop it on my channel. Just drop the free Twitch Prime sub on my channel. I'd appreciate it. It'd be great. It helps me out. I get like $100 from Twitch every 3 or 4 months if people keep it up. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, Twitch Prime. You get a free Twitch Prime sub every month. I always forget to tell people to use it, but I need to put it up on my screen somewhere. Like it just pops up every like 3 minutes or something like that. Just be like, don't forget your Twitch Prime sub. Like I need to put that because Veda comes in and I think he uses his like every month on my channel, and a couple of other people use theirs every month. But I always forget to ask people to use it, but I did put it in my go live notification, so technically I guess I am asking people for it, because on my go live notification it says, real quick, let me get that Twitch Prime if you're not using it. Like, but I always forget that I have that there, so maybe that is what's getting me some of my Twitch Prime subs. I'm just gonna end this turn, switch seats. So now this 3 plus 2, this is 5, 4. It can kill 2 things. Put this here, so we're gonna attack. All right. At a battlefield with 3 or less. Ooh. Return a unit at a battlefield with 3 or less to its owner's hand. I don't want to do that. I don't think. I mean, yeah, I actually do want to do that. I actually would want to do that. Give friendly unit +1 this turn, and additional 1 this turn if it is the only unit you control there. So we're gonna pay, boom, and we're gonna do that. Give a unit +2 this turn. Draw 1. So I only need 1. No, 2, 3. Actually, so that's 2. So 2 plus 5 plus 2, 5, 6, 7. So that should survive. Am I playing a CPU? No, I'm playing me. I'm just playing both sides of the table. So I picked 2 decks. I just went and got 2 decks off of this site or whatever, and just imported them into Rift Atlas, and you can play both sides of the table. Like you could do solo room, and then do a thing where you either play one side of the table and you just only have one side and you just kind of just end turn and just draw and just play test the deck, or you can play test the deck versus another deck and just play both sides. So like I'm just playing one turn out, and then I hit end turn, and then I hit switch seat, and then it swaps the board around, and then I play the other side, and then I end turn, and then hit switch seat. Bro, I have Avatar sitting in Steam. Still haven't touched that. Need to. I also have Avatar, and I haven't touched it. I played Avatar when we were in Vegas, and we played the alpha, like somebody had the alpha crack or whatever, and then when the beta started, I bought the game to get the beta, and I played the beta a little bit, and I'm fine, and I'm just like I was playing 2XKO, and I'm getting ready to play Tokon, so I'm just like I'm not really super interested in Avatar. I never watched Avatar, so like I have no connection to the show. I have no connection to the characters. I feel zero nostalgia or anything like that. I don't feel anything for it, and I'm like, I know it's a good game and it's cool, but like I just don't care about the game at all. I'm just waiting for Tokon. I want to play Tokon. Tokon, it makes me feel like we're playing Marvel 3 again. Like, that's what it feels like to me. Like, even though it's a little simpler, but it feels like it's that era of when, like, we played Marvel 3 and we were playing a lot, and we were constantly playing online, and then we were constantly playing, and then we started playing tournaments, and then we started playing, you know, local, and everybody was playing Marvel 3. That's what Tokon feels like to me, and I want to play more of it. I played the beta, and I'm hooked. It ruined my life. It ruined my life for 2 weeks. Like, it ruined my life for 2 weeks. I don't want to play nothing else. And on top of that, they nerfed Ari, they nerfed freestyle, and they nerfed tagging in general in 2XKO. So my team of Ari, freestyle, and Caitlyn feels terrible right now. So I had to switch my fuse from freestyle to 2X assist, and I'm still playing Ari, Caitlyn, but I'm just like, damn, dog, I don't even know if I should be playing Ari anymore. Like, and I only been playing Ari for 3 weeks. Like 3 or 4 weeks I've been playing this character, and they nerfed her into the floor, and I'm just like, dog. I'm like, bro, yeah. Before I was playing Ari, I was playing Warwick, Caitlyn, and I was fine. And then right before Evo, I was like, I should learn to play Ari. So I just dropped Warwick for the time being. Or no. I dropped Caitlyn, actually, and I was playing Warwick Ari because that was like easier for me, because Warwick is one of my best characters. Caitlyn is also one of my best characters, and those two I was playing together. But I was playing Ari Caitlyn at first, and then I was like, I need to play a character that I know I can never drop his combos, and is more consistent. So I was like, I'll pair Ari with Warwick for the time being, but I really want to play Ari Caitlyn. So once I learned how to play Ari and I learned her combos and I started getting more consistent, I went back to playing Ari Caitlyn, and I was doing well, and I was like, I like this. I like how this is going. And then they nerfed Ari into the floor in the last patch, and I've never felt the weight of a patch in a fighting game as heavily as I have felt this patch in this game. So I was playing a little bit last night, and I was like, you know, I'm all right, whatever. And I was still going to play, but I was like, let me do some other stuff this week while I'm waiting for Tokon. So that's why I ended up stumbling on Riftbound today, and I just basically learned how to play this game today. I'm a huge fan of Avatar, so yeah, I'm gonna play it when I get to it. Thank God I've been here. I'm actually looking for a website to buy new buttons, a new stick for my stick, because I just feel like my buttons are trash. I mean, you could probably just get buttons from Amazon. Like, you might be able to get Sanwa buttons from Amazon, but you can go to like what are some of the Punk Workshop might have buttons, Paradise Arcade. I don't remember if all these places have buttons or not, but I know these are all like let me see, what is it, Punk? No, I think Punk Workshop just does sticks. Paradise Arcade. Paradise Arcade? Is it Arcade? I think it's Paradise Arcade Shop. Here's hardware, electrical monitor, PCB, controls, buttons, SandWa buttons. There you go. SandWa buttons are the standard. Those are if you have a stick from before and you just want to replace the buttons in like a older stick you have, like a, or even if it's like a OBS, like a what is it called, Obsidian, like the Obsidian or a Pearl or something like that. Any of those old sticks that we used to have or older sticks, they're SandWa buttons. You can do Saimetsu buttons too, but SandWa buttons are like the standard buttons that everybody was using. There's some newer buttons now. I need to actually buy some SandWa gold buttons. How much is 8? $38. I need to buy some SandWa gold buttons for this stick. So this stick right here, these gold buttons I bought to replace my other SandWa gold buttons. Like I had SandWa gold buttons, but they were going bad. I use it a lot, so like they were going bad. Or I think maybe 1 or 2 of them were going bad, and I was just like, I'm just gonna replace all of them with some gamer finger buttons. I think these are the gamer finger buttons, and I don't like these buttons because they're too sensitive. They're too sensitive. I was using this for Marvel at one point. Like I opened up Marvel, or was it no, it was Street Fighter. It was Street Fighter 6, and I would press medium sometimes, like medium punch, and I would hit medium punch, you know, I'd be hitting my buttons. And it would make me parry, and I'm trying to figure out why would it make me parry. It's just because the buttons are so sensitive that sometimes if you bump or shake the gamer finger buttons too hard, it will actuate the button from not even pressing it down even like that much. So I don't like these buttons because they make me do things I don't want to do by accident. So I have not been using this stick, but I use leverless now, so like it's not that bad. But I need to replace these buttons with gold SandWa buttons. These buttons on the screen. That's what I need to get, so that I can use this stick for Street Fighter again. Because last year at Evo, I didn't use that stick in tournament, and I needed it, so I bought this stick, this Tokon stick, and this stick, in my opinion, is ass. I don't like this stick. The buttons are okay, the stick is fine. I just do not like the form factor of this stick. It's too thick. Like it's just a tad too thick. It's flat on top, and it reminds me of the Razor stick. Like some people like that Razor stick, that thick ass Razor stick where the thing opens up. This one opens up too, but like this one opens. Like this one opens. It shows you what stuff is in there. You know, like where the colors go for this. What's the names? It has storage. It has the place for the thing in there. For the cord, it has I don't know, man. I just don't like this stick. I regret buying this stick, but the thing was that I bought this stick, and I think the stick was like, I think for $100. I think I bought this stick for $100, $100, and they also threw in a microphone. It was like a rig, like a Sony rig microphone, and it seems like a pretty nice microphone. It's not a Shure MV7 Plus, but like It's a nice microphone. They threw in for free, and I was like, all right, whatever, I'll buy it. And I used it for Street Fighter, and I used it for something else, and I just don't want to use it anymore. So I just want to buy some new buttons. So I'm probably gonna buy some new buttons. I'll probably buy them next week. It's only 40. It's $40 for 8 buttons. These are more expensive than the other ones because they're the gold buttons. But the regular buttons are usually, what is it, $325. Solid color buttons are It looks like solid color buttons are $325. The metallic buttons are $485, and then the clear buttons are $475, 10 cents less. These are usually almost $5, so you save 10 cents on them or whatever. But yeah, I'm probably gonna buy some of these next week. Yeah, just send me a picture on like Messenger or something. Oh, there's some buttons here. There's some yellow. Oh, these are 24s. The 24s are $275. But the buttons you're going to be looking for are the OBSF 30s. The only time you're gonna have some other weird buttons is if you have like a leverless that's a flat leverless. Flat leverless controllers now use keyboard switches, and then there's the other stick that the other leverless that I have. This leverless that I bought, this Varmillo leverless, it uses these magnetic buttons, and they're different than any button that I've ever seen in a stick before. These are like new buttons. But if you have a stick from before, most likely it's Sanwa, or they will fit Sanwa 30mm buttons. Either Sanwa or Saimetsu. I would just go with Sanwa buttons. But it's 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I need to get ready to go to sleep so that I can get up in the morning. I'm always up late. I'm usually up, but almost till 2 o'clock. This is a little late for me on the regular, but I am up this late sometimes. But yeah, I'll most likely be on tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll run some Riftbound games. If I can, I'll run some Riftbound games on this website and just see what happens and just see if I can just play against some people, because I think a lot of people are playing this. So if I leave, confirm, but yeah, I think you can just hit find random match here, do best of 3 or best of 1, and then I guess they have like tournaments and stuff on this site too. You can join games or spectate games. So yeah, Rift Atlas. If you want to learn the game and try the game out, and you want to play some matches against me or something later, if you want to try that out, please do, because I'm definitely gonna need some people to play. I'm gonna see my friend Chris will play. He's probably not gonna play because he's like super into Magic the Gathering Commander right now, and he plays with the real cards. And we found Convoke online. I wish Convoke worked for everything. I keep saying that. I need them to make Convoke for everything. Real quick before you leave, let me show you Convoke. I don't know if you've seen Convoke before. If you have, just stop me. But
there's a card of McRae.
But check this out. So they're playing Commander,
1+1,
and you can play with their physical cards on with a thing pointed down at your desk, which is why I have this set up to point down at my desk. But the thing that makes this so cool is that you can click on a card
11,
and it will bring the card up on the
12.
screen, bro. So like if you're playing with people and you're like, oh, you know, what does this card do? You don't have to ask them what it does. You can literally just click on the card
15,
and it'll show
17,
you what the card
18,
is. And you can just see what it is and read it for yourself.
20.
Sometimes it kind of, I think sometimes it messes up.
21.
But there it is.
He's 21, 21 with reach and trample.
But like it tries to recognize what the card is.
Yeah, I needed to.
So you can like just read it. And I'm like, they need to do this for every game, bro. They need to do this for every game.
Yeah, all the lands in my grave and attack control.
Like, like me and him, I'll play him on here sometimes, and it has all of the, you know, all the logs and things of what's going on, so you can click on the cards. And you can import your deck so that your deck can be on here, and they have like all these settings and stuff. You have your commander and stuff up here.
Too. I have thing that
but like
let you surveil one at the beginning of your upkeep, and if a card left your graveyard,
sometimes you gotta watch out for like glare and stuff like that, or else it can't recognize the card. But
I literally got no.
I think this is super cool for playing physical card games. I was like, if Convoke made this work with every single card, like every major TCG, I would be buying more cards and making decks and stuff like that, and playing with real decks online.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
So I'm hoping that either they make this work with other card games, and it has, you know, voice chat. So like you just log in and your voice works. But and then you have their life totals and stuff here. But yeah, I would want to play like Riftbound on this, and play like maybe Gundam, because I don't know how to play in these TCGs, but they look cool. Like I want to learn how to play Gundam. Riftbound, I just learned how to play today. There's some others, but I think that's super cool though. Convoke is my favorite thing that I only use for Magic, and I don't really play that much Magic at all.
There you go.
But all right, man. I'll catch you, you know, tomorrow or whenever next time I see you.
6 a.m. I got one more in me.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to play some of this tomorrow. If you're interested.
I'm literally going to scream.
I'm gonna catch you later. Peace.
I hit a land pocket.
Oh no. All right.
Right at the end of the game, I'm going to scream.
Fair. It is valid. It did not.